Dobar dan, ja sam Anđa Pet.
Hello, my name is Anja Petkovic, Deputy Director of the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies. I want to welcome all our speakers here, high representatives of the Serbian government, high representatives of NATO, the European Union, and the US. Dear colleagues from leading world institutions, experts from Serbia, representatives of the diplomatic corps, I want to thank you for your participation thus far and to welcome you to this final day of Belgrade NATO Week. The organization of this year's event was not an easy task. We do not have the luxury that some larger organizations have to save send the save the date a year in advance, but we are proud that we can do in a very short time what others take a year or more. For this, I thank our CEAS team and our director Jelena Milic, and to all of you who agreed to participate in such a short notice. As you can see, there is no more than 5 of us in this hall to observe the measures of the government regarding the pandemic. So we chose this hybrid format to have an impression that all of you are here with us and the topics that we are discussing are important and cannot wait for the pandemic to finish. All 3 days of the conference, we have a live stream on YouTube in Serbian and English. The links can be found on natoweek.rs. I also want to tell you that you have a new CEAS report on our website. This is us, whose parts were mentioned by Ms. Milic at yesterday's panel. The report will soon be available in English as well. Before giving a short overview of what we heard during the past 2 days, I want to ask all speakers who are in Zoom to try and talk slowly and clearly, both for the interpreters and the Tanjug and other media who are transferring the event. I also want to thank our technical support who made sure that we have no hitches and technical difficulties. During these 2 days, we had the opportunity to see the opinions of civil society organizations and the international community. We heard the impressions of the recent Washington agreement, and from the Chamber of Commerce director, we heard that there is no cooperation without mutual interest, which is a good way to unify the region and send a message to the EU that the Serbian economy has benefits, and the Mini-Schengen initiative is the farthest reaching of all the initiatives. We heard the experts such as Goran Svilanovic, who participated in the EAC to see the consequences of the Berlin process. NATO officials assured us that they respect military neutrality and the suspension of military activities for 6 months. We also heard from them that Serbia is important to NATO and that NATO is important to Serbia. The alliance strongly supports Belgrade-Pristina dialogue under the auspices of the EU and the agreement signed in Washington. We heard that every political step is important not only for Serbia and Kosovo, but also for regional peace and security in the entire Euro-Atlantic region. We heard about the readiness of the US to observe Serbia's military neutrality and increase the scope of cooperation, and for Serbia to say where it wants to enhance cooperation. We heard that Serbia is a reliable partner to UN and EU-led missions, and that political dialogue is ongoing regardless of other things. We heard that the cooperation from Serbia and NATO should be encouraged and developed. We heard from MFA representatives that the cooperation between Serbia and NATO is not a topic for either one, but further development of partnership is. This cooperation has its future and high potential to be improved through a partnership that can be further expanded in every individual area so as to achieve mutual objectives of security and stability. We also heard about organized disinformation campaigns which pertain to the use of the depleted uranium and its consequences to the health of Serbian citizens, along with warnings that NATO and member states need to fight this more strongly. You have results of the public opinion poll, This Is Us, Serbia 2020, which was performed as part of our project, which we ordered from CESID in early November this year, which we discussed in detail yesterday. the support of cooperation between Serbia and the U.S. in the past 4 years. We heard about that. We also heard that only 5% of Serbian citizens are for NATO, but 37% don't see NATO as in a negative light, whereas cooperation between Serbia and NATO is not assessed as negative by 47% of people. In Southeast Europe, there is a continuity policy of the United States, and many positive trends should be supported by the new administration as well. Also by the representatives of the State Department of the Defense Department of the U.S. We can see how important this cooperation is. We were reminded about the mission earlier of saving air pilots in the Second World War. 63% of Serbian citizens support stronger cooperation with the U.S. In the economy and the defense, regardless of the administration. 53% of citizens noticed a positive change in U.S. policy regarding Serbia. We confirmed that the public perception is dependent on the position of Kosovo and then bombing. It's necessary for people to learn more about these relations, since 35% of people are unaware of how many states are at the same time members of NATO and the EU. With this short overview of the past 2 days, I would give the floor to the moderator of our first panel, Terry Schultz.
Tanya, for warming up the audience. I am Terry Schultz, coming to you from Brussels, the home, of course, of NATO and the European Union, both relevant to this conference and to Serbia. I'm a freelance journalist. For those of you who don't know me, I've been covering NATO for more than a decade and have, of course, within that seen Serbia's fate in the alliance grow, sort of recede, and now we're going to learn a lot more about where they are now in terms of both ambition and possibilities. So I would very much, of course, like to congratulate Jelena and Anja and the entire office for being able to pull this off. Also, thanks very much to the interpreters who have managed to keep up with this on both channels and here on the Zoom. So you have also managed to pull together from across the Atlantic and across all of Europe some very high-level participants, and from what I've been able to listen to over the last 2 days, really moving the conversation forward, and helped by your very interesting study called This Is Us, which I hope everyone has had a chance to look at, because we're going to be talking about some of the results there. Now, I am going to move forward with my esteemed guests. We have Milan Rankovic, Serbia's Acting Assistant Minister for Defense Policy, Tomasz Szakowski, also here in NATO, or I don't know if he's actually here in Brussels with me at the moment, but we know each other from NATO. He is Poland's ambassador to the alliance. Thank you very much. John Capello, Chief of Operations for the Balkan Security Network. That's a think tank based there in Serbia. He is also a former U.S. Air Force attaché and an acting defense attaché. His Excellency Yahel Vilan, Israel's ambassador to Serbia, is also joining us. And wrapping up the panel, Damon Wilson, whom we all know, he is the Executive Vice President at the Atlantic Council, based in Washington. He also held posts both in NATO and in the National Security Council. So I think we have all checked our audio and we are all good to go. Yes, everyone nodding? Everyone can hear me? Okay, we are going to start with you, Minister Rankovic. So from the reactions of NATO officials that I've seen over the past couple of days at the results of the quite disappointing.
Da li se čujemo?
Čujemo se.
Zahvaljujem se.
I want to thank Terry Schultz. Her picture froze at the end of her address, but I couldn't hear to the end. First of all, I want to say hello, and I want to assess, first of all, the cooperation between Serbia and the U.S. in the area of defense and some primary defense policy objectives of the Republic of Serbia. First of all, it's my pleasure to take part here today on behalf of the Serbian Ministry of Defense and to exchange our opinions with people about cooperation with the U.S. and its yes, I want to thank the organizer for participation, since the Ministry of Defense and the defense policy sector that I'm heading strives to maintain civil society activities aimed at better dialogue and improved international cooperation, which is a prerequisite for further improvement of peace and security in the region. First of all, I want to say that since March this year, international cooperation in the area of defense was carried out in very unfavorable COVID-19 circumstances. Also, since 9th September, the Serbian government suspended international cooperation in the area of defense with all partners. Its purpose was to, in light of a lot of turmoil in the international scene, to point to both our partners in the East and the West the priorities of our own decision, which is to preserve Serbian military neutrality. In this sense, the Ministry of Defense continuously works to create conditions for the Republic of Serbia to be militarily neutral and to be recognized as such by other countries in the international organization. During the planning and implementation of international cooperation activities, we take care to cooperate with subjects in international relations in a balanced way, so that neither in a qualitative or a quantitative sense there can be any imbalances which would make us deviate from our military neutrality. The changed geostrategic circumstances seen through antagonism between large players in the international scene, we can see right now as an opportunity and inevitability to activate collective security concept and return trust in multilateralism. Here I want to emphasize the importance of international conventions and the conclusion of new arrangements which would reflect positively on global security and return international law to the place where it belongs. On this basis, when we're talking about specific cooperation, the Ministry of Defense is aimed at engagement in the UN, the OSCE, the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weaponry, and cooperation with the European Union and CSTO and NATO. We want to continue participating in multinational operations under the auspices of the UN, EU, and OSCE. In addition to multilateral cooperation, for the Ministry of Defense, it is particularly important to cooperate in a military and economic way with the United States, the Russian Federation, the People's Republic of China, and other traditional partners and important elements of the international community. In relation to this, I will pay particular attention to our relations with the United States. It's important to point out that relations between Serbia and the U.S. is key to the stability and progress in the entire Balkans. And in that sense, for our country, it is very important to strengthen cooperation in all fields. We are witness to the fact that in the past months and years, there have been more economic ties and investments. On the other hand, military cooperation with the United States, and this is something that I'm assessing, and also our American partners, this has been carried out for many years and is probably the most pronounced part of our bilateral relations. Its comprehensiveness and content are used by the Ministry of Defense, are useful for the Ministry of Defense and the Serbian Armed Forces, and we want to upgrade it even further. On average, we carry out over 100 activities together. I would mention participation in common training and exercises, the aid of the U.S. Army for development of our capacities to participate in missions abroad, and to training in the part of the defense education, and activities in terms of the National Guard assistance. As regards the military economic cooperation, I want to say that we procure equipment from the United States and carry out training through programs of aid, military finances, and global initiative for peace operations. As part of military education cooperation, members of the Ministry of Defense and Serbian Armed Forces take courses at all levels for NCOs and officers and general staff courses and the National Security University. Military medical cooperation is another form of cooperation with the United States. In the past several years, in this area, the European Command of the United States Army, there has been a lot of cooperation. We adopted new areas of cooperation and the joint action of the Serbian military medical personnel and the National Guard of Ohio. There's also the state partnership between the state of Ohio and Serbia, which started in 2006, which is still assessed by the United States as one of the most successful out of over 60 programs of the National Guard. In the coming period, we want to step up the number of joint exercises and trainings, and for the purpose of increasing interoperability and preparing Serbian forces to take part in multinational operations. We also want to get new equipment for the Serbian armed forces and other arrangements in terms of procurement, which will be one of our priorities, and the already established ways of cooperating that we have for education and development. They will take part at the set rate. I would like to wrap things up here. I'm sorry that I didn't hear the end of Terry Schultz's address, because if there were any questions, of course, I'm willing to answer them.
So that was my fault because I dropped out there. My Zoom call dropped off. I did have a couple of questions for you. Simply, what had improved specifically under the Trump administration, and why you think that the attitudes toward NATO were so low? If you could just answer those briefly for me before I move on.
Mm-hmm. Okay, just in few minutes, in a few sentences. Moram da kažem da sam pažljivo.
I have to say that I assessed the CEAS and CEAS research carefully, and I want to make a clear distinction between the questions pertaining to NATO and the United States. Regardless of the fact that many citizens said that they are against Serbia joining NATO and that many of them have a negative opinion or no opinion, this percentage is significantly lower when we're talking about cooperation. When we're talking about the question about relations with the United States, it is a broad question, so I'm not surprised that as much as 63% of citizens said that they support this cooperation and 17 do not have an opinion. I want to say that these data are not surprising and are not deviating from the previous period. The perception of NATO in our country is still a key way of forming the public opinion, and it's colored by the events of 1999 during the NATO bombing, and it has a weight in our collective memory, so it's hard to expect that it will change in the near future. The relations with the United States, on the other hand, are perceived as bilateral. They incorporate a wide spectrum of questions, much broader than the issues of defense. And the events such as the Washington Agreement and the strengthening of economic cooperations make that be seen in a much more positive sense. During the Trump presidency, there have been improvements in overall relations for multiple reasons, but that doesn't mean that our progress will stop in any way. When it comes to the announced change of the U.S. administration, I don't want to get into this very much because this is not the subject of the panel, but I hope that the growing trend will continue regardless of any personal changes. In any case, the Republic of Serbia will strive to have as best possible relations with the United States.
interpretation issue. You said the announced change of president. Is that any? You mean the election of Joe Biden?
Yes.
A nuance there.
Just
Okay.
speaking, in American administration will not jeopardize our cooperation in field of defense.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that was a very comprehensive answer, and it was really important to me to hear from you first because it sets up the rest of our panel. So thank you very much for giving us such a wide-ranging answer and taking all my questions. So moving on now to Ambassador Szafkowski, with whom I've had previous discussions. Now, if we look at Poland's situation among NATO allies, it may be that Poles have some similar opinions to the Serbs polled by CEAS when it comes to attitudes toward the Trump administration and sort of an appreciation for the way relations have gone under him. What parallels can be drawn, Ambassador, between Poland's experience and Serbia's?
Are we talking about the U.S. administration or in general, sort of Euro-Atlantic accession integration?
Take it in any direction you like.
Okay,
I looked at the CES poll because I found it so interesting. And of course, we know that in Poland, there are often surveys that show that, let's say, Poland wasn't as negative about some of the Trump administration's moves as some other NATO allies.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me, and it's a privilege to chat with you again, Mr. Tereshult. I've enjoyed our previous conversations very much, and very much happy to be part of this discussion with other distinguished participants. And let me maybe start by tackling the first question by saying that indeed in Poland we focus on deeds rather than words. And when it comes to that, certainly the last 4 years, we've seen consolidation of the US presence and cooperation with Poland and in the entire eastern flank. We've seen a rather pragmatic and realistic approach to the security situation in our neighborhood, which we certainly have appreciated. But certainly Polish-U.S. relations go beyond single administrations, and it's also been an issue which was supported bipartisan in the U.S. Congress, which I think is a good sort of signal for the future. So we look rather optimistically to continue and to consolidate what we've achieved so far. And thank you again for having me on this discussion. I think I want to start by saying that, by the way, are you hearing me? Because I do have some...
I can hear you. You faded in and out there at the beginning, but I can hear you now.
Okay, very good, very good. So I hope you have heard my response to the Trump administration question. Now moving to the main theme of the discussion, I want to say that Serbia and Western Balkans are very important for Poland, not just for ethno-linguistical common roots that date back many centuries ago, but it's an important region, important people to us, and Poland has been engaged and present in the region from very early on. It will also touch on the theme of this discussion. We've deployed in our first NATO mission prior to our accession to NATO. We've deployed in the I4 mission in Bosnia. We then follow up in the K4, and I think it's and I hope I can say that all sides of the conflict there appreciated a kind of non-partisan approach of the Polish forces in those peace support and stabilization operations. We're also very active in the Berlin process, and we support Euro-Atlantic ambitions of countries of the region. When it comes to because I think you also wanted to know about the sort of lessons or parallels between the Polish and U.S. cooperation and in the case of Serbia. Of course, there are certain differences, and Mr. Rankovic was like I think quite clear about that when it comes to the ambitions or perception of the security situation. Nonetheless, I think there are some conclusions which can be drawn. First of all, in the Polish case proves that the security cooperation can be a foundation for cooperation in other areas, economic, social, political, and others. But that layer can then improve further the security cooperation. We've started with the hard security cooperation very early when we regained our independence in 1989. We started very early on from the security aspects of our cooperation. We took part in the first Gulf War, in the Haiti mission. I mentioned the IFOR mission. That kind of created suddenly a cooperation based on trust and a mutual perception of the situation. Of course, with the accession to NATO, the cooperation has focused much more on defense, collective defense, where I think the U.S. presence is indispensable, but I think also the U.S. appreciates the Polish role as the linchpin of the Eastern flank. But I want to say that it started from crisis management and collective security. I will at this stage I will maybe not go on to describe in detail the current status of the Polish-U.S. cooperation. It's very complex right now, with a very, robust and growing presence, which went beyond just symbolic and purely deterrent role. It's going up to command and control level planning processes. I think in the future we will see common concept development and training based on facilities in Poland. But I want to reinforce what I've said in the beginning. The economic and other pillars reinforce the security cooperation, and the security cooperation reinforces the economic cooperation, which can be seen, for instance, through the three CEAS initiative and quite a robust U.S. defense industry presence right now in Poland. But also the cooperation with the U.S. has helped Poland to be a constructive actor on the global scene, but I think the U.S. has also benefited from having a reliable partner there. From the Polish perspective, the U.S. presence strengthens the security of the region and is key to the deterrence of aggressive policy of Russia. It has contributed to development of Polish defense capabilities. And I think it's also helped the U.S. to achieve its strategic goals more effectively in the region. Let me also share an observation. I think that the robust civil military culture is an important prerequisite to fully benefit from the cooperation with the U.S. The U.S. is a very complex partner. We can engage on different levels. Minister Rankovic mentioned very beneficial cooperation with the National Guard. In our case, we also have a very fruitful cooperation with the U.S. National Guard from Illinois, but we naturally cooperate with the U.S. European Command when it comes to the NATO sort of core task. We cooperate with U.S. CENTCOM when it comes to Middle Eastern deployments. We cooperate with the services and their respective departments in the Pentagon. We cooperate with different branches and cells in the Office of the Secretary of Defense. And then it certainly goes beyond just purely the bureaucracy and administration. I would like to highlight the role of the Congress and of the think tanks and of the civil society. That is and just want to say that we are still in a process. I mean, we are progressing. But we still haven't sort of fully taken advantage of the potential of the cooperation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ambassador. We'll have time to come back to some of those questions, especially the NATO cohesion and attitudes toward Russia. I definitely want to get back into that. But now I'm going to move on to John Capello. Now, John is a former American military official working in the Balkans. You see and hear things that, of course, the rest of us can't, not being there. So I'm very interested in this question in the excellent CEAS survey that talks about the feeling that U.S. policy has become more positive towards Serbia. So I'd like to know, from your perspective, what has changed in the last 4 years for the better for Serbia, and what are the fears that something might change back or somehow worsen in the next 4 years under a Biden administration? Thank you for taking that.
Thank you, Terry. Hvala Teri, hvala. Drago mi je što sam ovde.
Thank you for including me, and to the crew at CEAS. You guys are doing a great job, and thanks again. Look, I think the recent administration's policy in the Balkans, I think, is marked by a continuity of sorts. The core policy has been consistent over time, and that has been to assist Serbia in achieving its goal of European integration. This has been a constant theme from the previous administration to this administration. I have confidence that the President-elect Biden and his team will proceed in that light. A unique aspect, I think, to this administration's approach has been they seem to have taken the lens of the 1990s off and taken a kind of a fresh approach, a fresh look at the region without some of the biases of the 1990s. And I think that has been seen here as very positively, as a very positive occurrence. The recent White House, the September agreement in the White House is seen as a positive step, of course. And I think it is a real opportunity. You know, some might argue or critique it that it's symbolic, but I think it's an important step, and it can. And the key is that it can have an effect, a practical effect on people's daily lives, and that will be significant in the future. So, you know, the new administration, I think, will maintain this continuity. I don't think there's while there may be some discussion on the fringes that you know, Biden in the past has done or said certain things. I think President-elect Biden is very clear that he is a strong advocate for Euro-Atlantic integration, for European cooperation, and I think and this is going to be an important aspect of improving the relationships with our European allies so that we could continue forward in the Balkans. I think there's a real opportunity to build on these first positive steps, on achieving practical aspects, not just in the economic realm, but in the mill-to-mill realm. As Minister said, he did an excellent job of outlining all of the positive aspects of the U.S. and Serbian military-to-military relationship, and keeping in mind the complex nature of a relationship with the United States, as the previous speaker mentioned. I think that the United States is really ready to move forward and take the mill-to-mill relationship to the next level. This is something, you know, for over a decade I've been watching. We've had these similar conversations, the importance of Ohio National Guard, of IMET, and these are all important. They really are, and we've seen a significant improvement in interoperability, in Serbia's participation in international peacekeeping operations. These are all extremely significant and important moves forward. But I might suggest that a way to take the relationship even to a higher level would be to establish significant and deliberate bilateral defense consultations. This is a real, and not that the process isn't deliberate, but I think that this is a process where both sides put real skin into the game, defining goals and objectives, and then identifying and executing efforts to achieve those objectives. So if you want to talk about a move in a strategic direction, then I think those types of consultations are essential. And we saw that in the past with our partners in Eastern Europe. I'm sure the Polish example we could use as a very good one. So I think I'll stop there, and I look forward to continuing the conversation in this realm. So thank you.
Thanks, John. And you know, while you say that the Washington Agreement is seen as a positive step, I have all the pages of this survey here because I find them so interesting. And this is despite the fact that most of them believe it will not be implemented in its entirety, or that either most of it will not be implemented or it will be implemented partially. So I mean, but simply getting it done was a good thing, right? I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but they believe it's positive whether or not it comes to fruition.
Yeah, you know, there's always that Balkan skepticism, I guess, a little bit. But I mean, look, a dose of healthy skepticism is important. I mean, you know, we all have seen discussions and meetings where we all shake our heads and agree, and then we move on and we forget it. And this would be a real shame if this happened. I get a sense. Look, we're going to hear from Damon in a little bit. I mean, the work that the Atlantic Council did to bring the leaders together back a month or so ago. Look, that's important, and I think it's something to build on. But it's not going to just happen, right? It's not going to it's not going to happen by itself. It takes commitment by leadership, but then hard work on the ground. And I think that hard work on the ground is what we need to see to make those changes in people's daily lives, to where leadership could then continue to take even more courageous steps in a direction that we would all like to see towards European integration. Oop.
There we go. Yes, Damon, we'll be talking Ambassador Wieland. So, Ambassador, let's take a step back and look at the impact of the U.S. election on the wider geopolitical and security situation that inevitably affects the Balkans as well. From where you sit there in Belgrade, what are your expectations for the next 4 years, and how do you expect it to be felt there? Serbia, what will be the impact on Serbia of the Biden administration?
Well, thank you very much for having me, although I have to admit I feel a bit out of the block in a way. But just to react to the survey about the Washington agreements, I do hope the 10% who believe they will fully implemented are the ones who hope that the Serbian embassy will be moving to Jerusalem. But nevertheless, we somehow found ourselves as part of these agreements. I'm not sure this is the right place to discuss this topic, but in addition, I was very happy to hear the colleague from Poland. It's the country which is close to my heart. I also served in Warsaw before. And, Israel and Serbia are in many ways maybe feel each other very close in terms of we might see both as front lines between the West and the Islamic world in many ways. But I think the solution, if you like, or the national security policy that both countries have taken is absolutely maybe the opposite. I mean, Serbia from the very beginning was looking for this middle way and not to be aligned with any of the big powers, while Israel from the very beginning, one of the main pillars of our national security was to be aligned with a big power, one of the superpowers, and definitely the United States of America. So for us, it's not even a question whether we support or trying to get ourselves closer to the United States administration. And I think, understanding this importance for Israel, of course, throughout the years, we kept a very deep dialogue with the American society, a bipartisan approach. We do it first and foremost, for example, diplomatically. We have 8 consulates generals in the United States, of course, in addition to our embassy in Washington, D.C. We have a strong lobby. We have a very strong, of course, Jewish lobby. Although maybe one interesting fact is that in the recent elections, maybe the gap was never wider. While some 75% of American Jews supported Biden, some 77% of the Israelis supported President Trump. So, but I think, it's probably getting more into domestic politics in the United States, not so much I don't think there could be much of disagreement between us and the Jews in the United States about Trump's support for Israel's interest in the Middle East. We just seen the recent agreement that were signed between us and UAE and Bahrain, and now other countries are lining up to sign agreements with us. So I think if I can conclude in maybe one aspect which is very important for Israel, and again, you, the expert on the Balkans, might see how it can reflect here as well. But what I think, the Middle East in the last decade or so have shifted this traditional axis between us and the entire Muslim world and turned into more pragmatic lines. And these lines were the ones who've been identified by President Trump and his administration, enabling them to finally reach an agreement between Israel and the Sunni states in the Gulf, understanding that we are sharing the same main threat, which is Iran, of course. We still see Iran, obviously, as the main threat for stability, not only in the Middle East, but also in Europe. A country which is reaching for, or trying to reach nuclear capabilities and already have 3,000, 4,000 kilometers range of missiles is definitely not a threat only for Israel. And we understand that this cannot be done only by us, and therefore the cooperation of the international community, led by the United States, we hope still be led by the United States, for us, it is very crucial. Now, again, as I said, most Israelis supported Trump, I think with kind of obvious reasons for his record in the Middle East in the last 4 years. But it's not to say that we're not welcoming President-elect Biden. He has a long record of supporting Israel as well. Again, I think the support for Israel, at least, is genuinely bipartisan in the United States. I don't think one could decide that one party supporters are more or less pro-Israel, and again, I think it's based on long-lasting friendship, shared values, and understanding that we are standing for the same values, basically. So again, we're looking forward to work with the new administration. And again, if I can try to give some recommendations also on the Balkans, is that we should look sometimes maybe out of the box. Maybe it's not should be out of the box because we should understand that the boxes have changed. And some paradigms that we used to take with us for a long time, again, if we take the example of the Middle East, that Arab countries will not have peaceful agreement with Israel because of the Palestinian conflict, which not be solved yet, it's no longer there. So I think if there is a lesson that we should look into things with sometimes different prisms and try to look for solutions that maybe some years back, maybe some months back, we were not thinking they are part of the deal. So I think that's what I can contribute at this point. And if there will be questions, of course, I'll be happy to take them. Thank you very much.
I keep muting me. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you very much. I think there will be questions. And now moving on to Damon Wilson from the Atlantic Council. You've already received a lot of compliments for helping to at least tee up the Washington agreement. But now you get the hard part in this panel of weaving everything we've talked about together, the military cooperation, the political cooperation, the perhaps the lessons learned from other countries. Damon, what do you think the prospects are at this moment with Serbian attitudes toward NATO? What are the prospects for greater stability and security in the Western Balkans at the moment?
Terrific. Thank you very much, Terry. It's such a pleasure to be joining from Washington, and I'm glad to be here with some good colleagues who have been doing great work in the relationship. I just wish that we could all be there in Belgrade at the beautiful Palace of Serbia. And I also just want to give a quick nod at the top. Part of the burgeoning relationship between the United States and Serbia is being reflected at the Atlantic Council, as we are delighted to welcome on board Maja Piskovic as our senior fellow who's been with the East-West Institute there in Belgrade, joining our team as part of our commitment to the Balkans Forward initiative and a brighter future for the whole region. But to answer your question, Terry, let me just put a little bit of context, take it up a notch. First of all, I love that we're doing NATO Week in Serbia because it reminds us of the fundamentals. And kudos to CEAS and Jelena Milic for building this product, this enterprise. Because at the end of the day, the alliance, which is what pretty misunderstood in Serbia, as we can see from the polling data, the alliance is about overcoming historic differences. It's about reconciliation. It's about former adversaries that become partners, in some cases adversaries. And so that's important, I think, for this NATO week to go back to first principles of what all this means if you're an audience member in Serbia. So let me just make a few key points. It's clear that Serbia has been making an effort to grow closer to the United States and to advance its European aspirations. That has been noticed. It's been noticed in Washington across the aisle. But the population of Serbia has noticed too, is this a poll that CEAS has unveiled shows that 53% of citizens of Serbia see improvements in the relationship with the United States recently. That's pretty good. It's been noticed there. These polls also show the large majority of the population of Serbia supports closer and greater cooperation with the United States, including on security and defense, and that tops 65% support. That's pretty significant. And so you add that to what we've just seen, a new Serbian government, new ministers that send a clear signal at a key time of transition in the United States. President Vučić in his appointments has sent a very clear signal of the importance of doubling down on his European aspirations, but also to tee up a more constructive relationship with an incoming Biden administration. And I think it's important to note that while we have seen real advances under the current administration with Belgrade, it's Vice President Biden, after all, who, as vice president, made a pretty historic trip to Belgrade in August 2016 to deliver some key messages. He knows this region, he knows the actors, he knows the players, as does his team. And his team is going to have some really good counterparts. The appointment of Defense Minister Stefanovic turns a page and really opens up a new door of possibility on defense cooperation, where some of those doors might have been a little bit less open in the past. Foreign Minister Selakovic of the Foreign Ministry also signals a real commitment and perhaps Vučic's personal attention to foreign affairs, understanding how important that's going to be going forward. And perhaps most important, the appointment of the energy minister, of a minister who really sends a breath of fresh air, a different signal about Serbia's approach to the energy sector, greater energy security, really will have, I think, some opening here of doors. And all of this over time, I think, begins to reflect the fact that that some of the influence and some of the Russian influence in Serbia has been detrimental to some of the goals of Serbia. It's provided alternative power centers. It's been part of the endemic corruption that's been a problem in the energy sector. And it's helped to stall some of the potential that we have in our security and defense relationship. And most importantly, it's been disruptive on the issue of Kosovo, knowing that that's an issue in the dialogue with Pristina. The lack of progress there really hinders Serbia in its overall aspirations. And so to step back, we've got a strong foundation for U.S.-Serbia relations, specifically in security and defense, which is our topic today, as the minister kicked off with. First of all, perspective. Since 2001, there's been over $1 billion in U.S. assistance to Serbia that's really focused on counterterrorism, transnational crime, participation in international peacekeeping operations, defense reforms, all sorts of issues on border security, clearance of explosive remnants from destruction of surplus ammunition, Lots of cooperation, and it's been spearheaded by our Ohio National Guard, a partnership that's been there for 15 years. They do 20 events annually, and the U.S.-Serbia relationship, we've got 60 security cooperation defense events on an annual basis. And we've seen that because of our investments in the International Military and Education Training Program, over 60% of Serbia's overseas military training and education has been in the United States, and that's a pretty big deal. We've seen, as the minister mentions, that Serbia joined the Global Peace Operations Initiative, that the United States has helped invest $20 million in defense modernization, provided 40 Humvees, and we have seen a tenfold increase in Serbian participation in international peacekeeping operations. That's significant, because the reality at the end of the day, this kind of defense cooperation, it's in our mutual interests. It's about building capacity, but in many respects, it enhances Serbia's commitment to its own policy of having independence, of having neutrality in its own military affairs, because it's not as dependent on any particular country to support primarily its legacy systems. So we've got an opportunity here to continue to increase interoperability through procurement decisions made in Belgrade, to help increase that defense cooperation, and to build, as we were talking about, John mentioned, on these White House agreements, which, while unorthodox, really have provided some, I'd say, momentum for even cooperation on the defense side, something that the Biden administration will build on, I am sure, not work to undo. And it's why you've seen energy diversification and things like technology and 5G, these provisions at the heart of this. And while some of the language has been vague, it is critical to the future of U.S.-Serbia defense ties, because it's Serbia's energy security and independence. It's fundamental to its national security. And this issue of technology is not about how to prevent investment. Digitalization is the future for a country like Serbia, but it is about how to ensure that its critical infrastructure is something we have confidence in being able to cooperate with. So Terry, let me just close with a little bit of a sense of where we can go forward in our transition here, and as Serbia has transitioned its own government. One, I think it would be helpful that there be more clarity, stop the mixed signals and hedging, and more clarity and messages from Belgrade about building its European future and its partnership with the United States. Second, that the economic side reinforces the political side, and President Vučić has been powerful in pushing forward regional economic integration. This is a way to advance European aspirations, but also to make this market more attractive for larger U.S. investors. And now we have the opportunity to leverage the U.S. Development Finance Corporation office in Belgrade and John Jovanović's effort to really ensure that our economic growing ties reinforce our security cooperation. Finally, staying focused on advancing the dialogue with Pristina, because this removes an obstacle to some of Serbia's objectives. And I think about how, I know it's an emotional issue, but how to pursue this in a pragmatic way, doggedly for Serbia's interests. And finally, for us, I think we can think bigger. I think it's possible to imagine a U.S.-Serbia relationship that could evolve in the context of progress on these other issues into a strategic partnership with a stronger security pillar, a more vibrant economic and prosperity pillar. And finally, I think this requires us to really not be trapped by the past, but to focus on building a future where the pillars of Serbia's democracy need to be stronger, where this embrace of technology as a way to leapfrog and grow economically is core, and a way to understand the fundamentals of what this alliance is about and this NATO week. It really is about former adversaries reconciling. And that is at the heart, I think, of Serbia's future and the U.S.-Serbia relationship. So I'll stop with that, Terry.
Thank you much. Thank you so much, Damon, for a huge range of issues and so much information to help. And just to back up what you were saying, the poll does show that people don't know much about NATO. I mean, whether they would be negative or positive is another matter, but they simply aren't hearing a lot about it. So I think that's definitely a message to NATO itself to do more outreach there if the Serbian government is in favor of that. But something that we haven't talked about much at the moment, and this is for all the panelists, but probably heading back to Minister Ranković to start, and that is whether the kind of future that Damon talks about, that he envisions, would even be possible if Serbia continues its closer military cooperation with Russia. I don't know how a Biden administration will feel about this. Damon and John, maybe you can pitch in on that. But I'd like to know from Minister Rankovic firsthand this reports that Moscow would be setting up a post there in Belgrade. Where are we on that? The latest reports I could find was that it was still something being considered. So I don't know how far along that is, if that's something that's still going to be happening. And then from the rest of the panel, how do you think that will affect the willingness of the United States to move forward, and so whether it will increase the uncertainty on the ground so much that, you know, business won't follow? Minister Rankovic, you first, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
I hope the interpretation will be more precise this time. Before answering your question, if you allow me, I would like to reflect on what Ambassador Satkovsky and John Capello said. They talked about the importance of the United States and its presence in the region and support European integration. As you know, regional cooperation, in addition to being a part of the political criteria for EU accession of Serbia, is important because it's work towards building neighborly relations and stability in the region. Cooperation in the area of defense, when it comes to that, I would like to point out the United States as the founder and supporter of multiple regional security initiatives, which are particularly important for strengthening trust between countries and efficient implementation of potentials of this region. Laura Cooper from the United States mentioned yesterday a good example, a charter where the Republic of Serbia has a status of observer. This is the Adriatic chapter, and Serbia is also a member of all regional initiatives. And I want to mention an important regional initiative such as the cooperation of the Ministers of Defense in Southeast Europe, where the US is the founder and the member of this initiative. All these initiatives were used to start a dialogue in defense and led to the implementation of many projects based on sharing. And this kind of project is very useful for the Balkan medical forces acting on the Western Balkans. So all these projects have positive effects towards strengthening the capacities and interoperability of our country to contribute to the EU security and the participation of our units in international operations led by the EU. I would also like to touch upon what Mr. Wilson said, who mentioned mentioned Kosovo and Metohija. Specifically, in our relations, it is something that we are opposed with regard to which we're opposed to. This is the most important issue for us, and something that we are opposed, and it's important for the international community. So as a member of the Ministry of Defense, I would like to point to the differences in positions regarding the transformation of the so-called Kosovo security forces into the so-called Kosovo armed forces. This is unacceptable for the Republic of Serbia, is gross violation of the U.S. Security Council Resolution 1244 and the Military Technical Agreement. So any support by the U.S. to this process is unfounded for us and unjustified. But despite this, Serbia sees the United States as a key partner in the process of reaching a lasting and sustainable solution to the issue of Kosovo. When it comes to your question regarding the status of the office of the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation, what I can say is that the current status is that the negotiations regarding this office still have not commenced. The negotiation process for the opening of this office will take place in the way that will in no way affect our military neutrality, sovereignty, and independence. Opening of this office will be carried out in a way that does not create concern for any of our partners. A similar office was opened in 2007 in the Embassy of the United States of America in Belgrade. I can only notice that since this office was established until this day, we were never asked in any way, or nor has anyone showed concern regarding its opening engagement. This has not come from any partners. I'm referring, of course, to the Russian Federation, and that's it. Yes, thank you.
I'm not sure if I just didn't hear specifically. Is this office that has been mentioned and which I could read about, it was in planning phases at least at the end of last month. Is this office going to open in Belgrade from Russian MOD?
Actually, we are in the status that we are waiting for official confirmation from Russian Federation to start negotiation for opening this office in Belgrade. But during this process of negotiation, we will take care about our military neutrality, our sovereignty and integrity of Republic of Serbia, and opening of this office will not jeopardize any kind of cooperation and will not cause any concerns from any partners with whom Republic of Serbia cooperates in field of defense. And also, I will continue that similar office is already open within the U.S. Embassy in Belgrade in 2007. And as I told you, nobody asked us about this office from its opening until now. And there is no concern about, let's say, engagement between the Office of Defense Cooperation and the Serbian MOD.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Ambassador Shatkovsky, how do you feel about that? What do you think it makes Serbia more secure to have, I mean, a U.S. office and a Russian office there?
Well, so let me say first of all that I of course respect the Serbian sovereign choices, and I of course respect and understand that we've got a different history. Poland was had a kind of closer, more kind of first-hand relationship with Russia throughout its history. Also, Yugoslavia, former Yugoslavia, was a kind of one of the initiators of non-alignment movement, with all of the legacies that come with it. Nonetheless, I think that we've entered the era that is defined as a strategic competition between the major powers, and it's not just a kind of cold interest-driven. It's also kind of values-driven competition. It doesn't look very optimistic when we look into the future on the prospects of this period to be very soon behind us. So I think that certainly kind of maintaining even distance may preclude some further development. One thing, and of course it's not my role to speak on behalf of the United States, but I mean the strategic competition era is clearly spelled out in the U.S. national strategy. I don't think that there will be premises to change that notion in the future. And also when we look at the way Russia operates, I think it's sometimes pragmatic and opportunistic, but when we look at the close neighborhood of Serbia, and I mean here Greece and Macedonia, I think that this is a very interesting example when Greece was and Greeks and Macedonians were trying to reconcile about their differences about the past. I mean, this was met with a kind of underhand tactics by Russia. This is an example that Russia is a partner that sort of limits your choice of options, and Russia actually in many cases builds on certain grievances. I would like to live in an environment where our neighbors with whom we have sometimes very good relations on a personal level would behave in a different manner. So far, this is not the case. So I'm slightly more pessimistic than Minister Rankovic when it comes to the perspectives of maintaining an even distance between the two states. Thank you.
NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg took a pretty nonchalant view, of course, being concerned. He said the same as you, that Serbia has the right to make its own decisions in this capacity. So he certainly wasn't trying to rile up any rhetoric on this decision. But John Capello, what are you seeing on the ground? Do you think that this is something that will increase insecurity? And again, U.S. business doesn't have to go where it doesn't want to go, as Colin Powell always said, and many others, I'm sure, but I choose to quote him, cash is a coward.
I think this speaks to two issues, really. The definition of strategic relationships, right? And again, we all agree. I mean, I'm stating the obvious. Of course, every sovereign country has the right to choose and select its relationships. Mr. Stoltenberg is stating the obvious there. But what does having a strategic relationship with China, with Russia, and the United States mean? I mean, if they're all strategic relationships, then what is strategic? And so, but then we have to look at the technical and tactical aspects of a relationship, right? Serbia has very, very difficult decisions to make, recapitalizing its military. When we look at the situation with acquiring the MiG aircraft. There's a political aspect to that, but certainly there's a very, very practical aspect. Serbia had to make a very difficult decision on how to maintain its air force. This was driven by financial considerations as much as anything, and so the systems, the legacy systems Damon mentioned, require very technical decisions, right? So, and because you have to maintain capability, you have to maintain operability, and then the key is establishing interoperability with these systems. So there's very technical aspects to this question, but the political ramifications of these technical decisions is what now we're talking about. I don't know what an Office of Defense Cooperation, a Russian Office of Defense Cooperation, would do in Belgrade. That's not for me to comment on necessarily. But when we talk about wanting to be more interoperable with the European Union, wanting to deploy more on peacekeeping missions with the EU. Look, the EU has problems maintaining interoperability, so interjecting the Russian component becomes even more of a difficult balancing act. So yeah, it speaks to both the strategic level and very technical and tactical level questions, I think.
And Damon, to you, would this future that you envisioned, would that be possible, given that everyone accepts they don't have the right to tell Belgrade what to do, but they have the right to make their own decisions based on what Belgrade does?
Look, Terry, I have confidence in Serbian decision makers to understand that their priority is to protect their own interests and Serbia's sovereignty. And I think that will guide the contours of how they manage through this issue, as it has on many comparable issues. And so I think the Secretary General has set the right tone on that. And the only distinction I would make is that there's very little similarity in how the United States security services or defense establishment engages and cooperates with its partners compared to its Russian ones. These are quite different ball games, so we're not talking apples to apples here, I think, and that's the power of the partnership that I think can be offered in closer U.S.-Serbia security cooperation, and that it's premised on partnership, capacity building, responsiveness to the interests and needs of Serbia itself. And so I think this will play out as part of a larger context, but it does hit at the importance, I think, of Belgrade, of being clear about where it sees its future and what family it's part of, and how it wants to advance those very practical aspirations that have not just security implications, but it's really about its economic future. It's where Serbian youth are going to be educated and what kind of companies they'll have jobs in. And I think you can't disaggregate all of this.
Does anyone else want to jump in on this very important question before I turn to another topic? No one looks eager. I wanted to ask something about the U.S. relationship inside the NATO relationship. Do you feel that the United States has a role, has, if not an obligation, has an interest in improving the attitudes toward NATO inside Serbia? I mean, given that everyone says that everyone on the NATO U.S. side, I would specify, says that bringing Serbia into the fold, bringing all the Western Balkans nations into the fold, whether that be the EU or NATO or both, is in the interests of stability in the much wider region, in all of Europe, in fact. So does the U.S. need to do more to change the image of NATO in Serbia itself? I mean, things look fine for the U.S.-Serbian relationship, but does the U.S. need to take a bigger responsibility there? Anyone want to talk about that? Maybe Minister Rankovic, could they do it? I mean, the numbers are so low, is it even possible for a good U.S. PR campaign for the alliance to make a difference with your citizens? Would someone like to jump in there, Minister?
Generally speaking, there is room to improve, but all questions initiated are directly aimed at the questions of Kosovo and Metohija. And as far as cooperation is concerned between Serbia and NATO, just like my colleagues from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs have said, our aim is not membership in NATO. And the optimum of our cooperation with NATO is seen in the program of Partnership for Peace, where we can choose on our own the activities that we will carry out with the alliance, but also with its member states. In bilateral cooperation in the area of defense with the United States, in the field, in the practical level, there we implement our procedures according to NATO standards with the aim of developing interoperability and building operational and functional capabilities of our armed forces. Certainly, the Ministry of Defense will continue supporting in every way all initiatives and decisions that positively affect peace and stability in the region and broader. And in that sense, we unreservedly supported Euro-Atlantic aspirations of our neighbors, with emphasizing that we have the right to determine our own political course based on our policy of military neutrality, with highest cooperation with Euro-Atlantic and other partners. That is all I have to say about this. Thank you.
I turn to you, also, Ambassador. Do you feel that this would be a positive thing for the U.S. to do?
Well, I'll just briefly make a comment referring to the polls that we've discussed a few times. There are three pieces to that poll that that are very interesting to me. Or the first is kind of clear, right? The attitudes toward NATO remain negative. I mean, that's not a surprise. That's been consistent over the years, as long as we've been doing this conference, and they've been sharing the polling with us. This is not new. I find the next 2 points interesting. When asked about cooperation between Serbia and NATO, while only 14% were positive, 40%, 47%, almost 50% were neutral, right?
Exactly.
About 47% were neutral. And then, I mean, I don't know if it's being too optimistic, but that provides significant opportunity to tell a story, right? And I'm not so sure it's the United States' job to run around and tell how great NATO is, because as the minister says, they're not looking to join NATO, but there are shared values and between the United States, between NATO, between the European space, that these are that Serbia seeks to be a part of. So these are the similar stories. These are the same narratives that we should be talking about. And then the last point, that when they asked about the source, not including the media, where do you get your information? There was, family and friends less than 3%, government 7%, NGOs 5%. But if you look, not informed, 41%. Right? To me, that's a it says two things to me. It depends if you're a glass half empty type of person or glass half full, right? One is somebody's not doing a good job. Or the second is we have a real opportunity to inform people, to share information with people. And I think that's, so to answer your question, yes, we should be doing more.
Damon, and you and I have talked about this, and you at the Atlantic Council do so much work on this. When there is no information, when there are no facts, we know what fills that space, right?
I think that's right. It is important that there's a constructive narrative and that facts really, that people just understand. This is really about understanding. I think first and foremost, the Serbian authorities, the Serbian government and leaders, that they could play a key role here in helping to shape these views. This is, after all, their country, their market, with quite a bit of sway in media. But it doesn't mean that NATO shouldn't be doing appropriate public diplomacy engagement to help educate audiences. That's what NATO PDD is about. That's what this conference is a little bit about. And it doesn't mean organizations like my own can't be working with Serbian stakeholders to help people understand. Really, there's a lot of myths, a lot of things built up that I think that can be explained and debunked. And so the U.S. has a role to play, but I'd look to others primarily. And part of this really is a story of education. Ultimately, I do think progress in keeping the Pristina-Belgrade dialogue advancing will remove some of the friction and some of the muck, if you will, that could clear the path for a more open, honest, and fact-based discussion of what NATO is today and how that can serve, the partnership can serve Serbia's interests.
Ambassador Vilan, I would like to also bring you back in here. How much are you concerned? I mean, Israel also has signed some recent agreements with the Trump administration. Are you concerned that the Biden team may come in and reconsider those arrangements? I mean, I'm not saying the Washington agreement will be one of them, but is this a concern of the Israeli government, or do you think that everything will remain stabilized and go forward just as the Trump administration has concluded the deals? Because that is something that Serbia may want to look at.
Well, I think it's a bit too early to say that there are any concerns within the Israeli government with regards to things that were signed between us and the Trump administration. There is concern. Again, it's I think mostly by now with the media, with some analysts, not by the government, of course. And this is regarding the future attitude towards the JCPOA, the agreement with Iran, whether it will be U.S. will get back into it. with improvement, without improvement. We know the history of what we thought, and what the Trump administration was more in line with the way we saw this agreement. Regarding the Washington agreement, there is no reason for us to question at the moment. Again, we think our part with Serbia, definitely, to move the embassy to Jerusalem, it's very positive, and it reflects the strong existing relation between the two countries. If I take the Kosovo part, again, I think in many ways we already paid the price, if you want, here in Serbia. I mean, it's a deal done. It's a done deal. So I do hope that it will be implemented by the Kosovo side as well, that they will also open an embassy in Jerusalem. So at this point, I want to be optimistic and to believe that, these all agreements are a mutual interest of the countries who signed it. And we are kind of, again, bystander, but of course it's very important for us. We appreciate very much the moving of the American embassy to Jerusalem, and in the same way we appreciate any other country who will do the same, because at the end of the day, this is our capital, and it will not be changed by decisions of other countries, and it will not be again. We don't think it has anything to do with the future negotiation with the Palestinians, like the EU is thinking. Again, we saw the American embassy moving there. It did not affect much the ongoing or non-ongoing dialogue with the Palestinians.
Okay, I'm going to ask everyone now for their recommendation or their hope, merely, for what the Biden administration would do early on in its term to help improve relations with Serbia and to help improve security and stability in the region there. And I'm going to end with you, Minister Rankovic, so you will get the last word. Ambassador Avilan, your idea. What would you like to see the Biden administration do with regard to Serbia as early as possible?
Well, I believe, it should not be great news to anyone, but definitely there will be no security and a peaceful agreement in this region without solving one way or another, or at least getting some progress on the Kosovo issue between Serbia and Kosovo. And anything the new administration will be able to do in order to bring the two sides to sit and to discuss those matters will be helpful. So I think that should be the first task. I have to admit, as diplomat, I don't see the overall health conditions allowing the new president much time to look outside of the US, but definitely once and when he will do it, it will have to be also for this region.
Yeah, we didn't even talk about that, the COVID-19 crisis. It's kind of nice to think we just talked for almost 90 minutes without talking about that, as unrealistic as that is. Damon, what do you think he needs to do? And having been an advisor to administrations before, what would you tell him? Or maybe what you even are telling him, we don't even know that.
Just 3 quick points. One is that we need to see a real alignment between the United States and the European Union with a more common vision, strategy, and set of coordination approaches across all of our agenda, but including especially in the Western Balkans. And I think you'll see that as a priority of a Biden administration. But I also think nesting what is most urgent, which is the recovery from this pandemic and the economic catastrophe that's resulted from it. And so that his domestic priority should reinforce an international priority of how we are working to catalyze a more coordinated effort to vaccinate our populations and to boost economic recovery, coordinated stimulus. And I think there's a role, the Balkans has been hit hard. And so there needs to be this coordinated strategy. And I think Serbia needs to be a part of that larger strategy. This will actually clear the underbrush to allow the team finally to to stay focused on having an active, engaged U.S. approach to the Western Balkans, which is focused like a laser and understanding that this region's movement towards Europe is not only in the region's interest, it's in American interest, and we're going to be a part and parcel of helping to support that vision.
Great. John Capello?
Quick point. I agree with the previous two. The president will be very, very busy early in the administration. He's got his plate full. There's no doubt about it. And while I'm not a big fan of purely symbolic actions, I think a high-level visit early in the administration's tenure to set the stage, because look, the United States could do more than one thing at a time. We have the bandwidth to be able to deal with the Balkans. While it may not be the primary foreign policy focus for the United States, we could certainly continue to do it and make progress. There's a great opportunity here to move things forward. I think a high-level visit, setting the stage for strategic dialogue and real partnership with the Serbs to deal with the Western Balkans and really get to a point where we can achieve a Europe that's whole, free, and at peace. It's achievable in the coming administration. It really is. But starting off with a high-level visit will send a message that we are serious and we could do it.
Not just to Belgrade, but also to Brussels, that they would be seeking more synchronicity with the European Union, which would be really important here.
I'm sorry, Terry, and for me that goes without saying that this has to be Europeans. But, no, really, I know that you can't assume, but that is an assumption for me.
Well, sitting here and seeing how much work has been done in this city as well, it could certainly use a boost, a mutual boost. Ambassador Shotkovich, I can't see your picture here anymore, but I presume you're still with us. Tomasz?
I'm with you, of course, yes.
There, okay, good. Oh, there you are. Yeah. Hi. What would you like to see the Biden administration do first?
Well, I would certainly agree with Damon that bringing allies together, bringing more allies more on board certainly would be a positive development. At the same time, I hope that the new administration will not approach the policy attempting to discard everything what the previous administration were doing, because there was several of positive developments that should be consolidated, and certainly the Pristina-Belgrade dialogue is a positive one. And with regard to Poland, this is the consolidating of the U.S. presence in the entire eastern flank, which, by the way, started in the sort of late Obama administration. So this should be a kind of a bipartisan.
As did many things the Trump administration claimed, if we're talking about spending and all of these things. But that's another panel.
Well, of course, yeah. But so I hope there won't be kind of a clear-cut, reset. We are in a kind of we are drawing the policy from the scratch, and because the realities on the ground just don't allow for such an approach. I mean, we cannot just wait another sort of year or two to kind of realize that this is the world as it is. So this is, but there's plenty of experienced people on that transition team. So I hope that won't be the case. Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of names that made everybody pretty confident about European policy, at least. And Minister Rankovic, you have the last word. Briefly, what would you like to see the Biden administration do with regard to your country and your region?
Upgrading me to minister. I'm assistant minister.
Acting assistant minister. I've done it. I think I said it twice now. You definitely have the job by now.
What I can say after all the panelists have said their part is that there is a lot of room to improve cooperation, and our task, above all, I think Serbia and the US, is to have joint efforts and strive towards the best results in improving our cooperation. I would agree with John Capello here, who would say that high-level dialogue is important for this, and it should be intensified. And what we are planning we have been planning with the U.S., and which is something that Laura Cooper mentioned yesterday, was that we are expecting the Republic of Serbia agenda for the continuation of strategic dialogue. I can say that this agenda will be made together so as to carry out the strategic dialogue, which will contribute to better cooperation in defense between Serbia and the United States. And to wrap up, I would like to thank all the panelists today for very precise and detailed addresses, and for a retrospective that was given in the relations between Serbia and the United States, which definitely has its future. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the panelists. I was very privileged to be here with you and learned a lot. And I think we heard a lot of optimism from everybody involved. So there seems to be, a lot of light at the end of this tunnel. Thank you very much for joining us. And thank you again to CEAS for having us. And I'll join you later on the last panel.
Thank you, Terry. Well done. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Terry. Great job.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your insights.
Thank you very much.
And thank you, Terry, for your moderation.
Welcome back to this sixth panel at the 8th Belgrade NATO Week. I'm Jorgen Samso, and it's my pleasure to be moderating this panel titled Serbia 2025. What about foreign policy, security, and defense? And in this panel, we have four speakers. We don't have, unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, the Minister for EU Integration, Jadranka Joksimovic, has had to cancel her appearance here. But we have with us His Excellency Ambassador Sem Fabrici, the head of the delegation of the European Union to the Republic of Serbia. We have Tanya Latisi, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, policy analyst for EU security and defense policy at the European Parliamentary Research Services. We have Aleksandar Simudic, Vice President for the European Movement in Serbia, Dr. Duško Tomic, Professor and Program Director for Master and Doctoral Studies of Security and Global Affairs at the American University in Dubai. Welcome to all of you, and thanks for joining us. Just to briefly introduce the topic for this panel, which is the strategy that Serbia adopted in 2029, Serbia 2025, which among other things defines Serbia militarily as a neutral country. This definition raises questions about, on the one hand, the Serbian commitment to obtaining EU membership, and on the other, the prospect of having to align itself with EU foreign policy, security, and defense strategies. We have touched upon this issue in other panels, but in this panel, we will zoom in and focus on Serbia 2025 strategy, and also how it plays into EU-NATO relations, transatlantic relations, and finally, I hope also vis-a-vis the NATO 2030 strategy that seeks to strengthen the political dimension of the alliance. A question I hope we can use maybe as a launch pad for the conversation is how well the Serbian public is informed about the distinction between political and military neutrality. And here we're lucky that we have the result from the latest CEAS poll. This is us, Serbia 2020, that was launched here yesterday. And I'd like to just sum up a few numbers from the poll. 50% of the Serbian population would vote in favor of EU accession, according to this poll. 46% of Serbian citizens would continue with EU integration if the EU were to become a supranational entity with binding defense policies. 29% of the population would abandon EU integration in that regard. And in regard to current cooperation with NATO, 47% of the population is neutral, 40% positive towards the current cooperation with NATO. And a third, 33%, sees the cooperation as negative. We have about 90 minutes set for this panel. And I should mention that we will not have a Q&A session, only the conversation and discussion among the panelists. Also, I should quickly remind the audience that both on YouTube and Zoom, it's possible to choose either translation to Serbian or English on the globe icon on the bottom right of the screen, the bottom right corner of the screen. And I'd also like to thank the translators who are with us, who are doing a great job so far. Thanks for that. And with that, it's my pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Ambassador Sem Fabrici. Mr. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Jorgen, and thank you all of you for being here. I hope you see me clearly and listen clearly. I think we all are trying to have our own studio set at home. We are trying to set the right lights. I hope you. I see myself a little bit in the darkness, but it's. I'm trying to do my best. So it's a great pleasure to be here and being again a participant in this NATO week. Right now, it's eight session. Maybe a couple of few comment of. Somehow of introductory measures. I mean, in the sense, I think one of the elements of the NATO week is to bring the focus back on security and defense as an element of the conversation. Certainly, from our point of view as EU, we see the enlargement as such, as an investment in democracy, in prosperity, but certainly also an investment in security. And if you also look at the latest policy position of Serbia, when we talk about the national defense strategy released last year, which is a security strategy by Serbia, and the question of national interest is identified. The EU accession is an element of national interest for Serbia. So in that sense, we both speak the same language. We both have the same understanding. Certainly, you made in your panel quite an interesting question between military neutrality and political neutrality, which is a very interesting question. I think nobody would say, certainly no us, no as a European Union, questioning Serbian military neutrality. I think this is a sovereign decision and a decision that we all respect. Certainly, political neutrality is something different, and we don't have to confuse the two. We are a union who is not politically neutral. We have our own clear set of values and interests, and I think is a call certainly for Serbia in acceding to the European Union converge with this political line of the European Union. If we just take the big debate on multilateralism, certainly the EU is upholding, promoting the multilateralism as a tool, as an objective, and certainly Serbia joining the European Union converge on the same element. If I make an example certainly on the GPCOA with Iran, Serbia has been certainly supportive of the EU effort to find a multilateral approach. So I think it's important to clarify since the beginning what is neutral neutrality, fine. What is political neutrality, which is different. Certainly, Europe is not. Second point is basically how we operate on the security side with Serbia. I think we have a number of instruments that we have been using within the EU and outside. So I don't have to go too much in detail. What is our common foreign security policy, our common and defense policy, and this instrument has been open to Serbia. And I think if you also look from only from these numbers, Serbia is among the first, or if not the first, non-EU countries in contributing to our own mechanism. So Serbia has joined a number of military operations of the EU, basically in Africa, especially in Mali, Republic of Central Africa. Serbia is part of some of our military mechanism, the battle group, the Helbrok battle group between Greece, Bulgaria and Serbia is part of the battle group. Serbia has nearly 25, 28 military personnel embedded in the EU policies. Serbia is part of Atalanta operation. So there's let's say, just to flag, there is a number of elements where Serbia is already being part. And certainly already give the sense that our conversation, our tools in security are being established. Certainly, there's a strong encouragement for our side to go more. The other element is EU-NATO relation. I think has been already clarified by some of my colleagues in the introductory remark. For us, NATO is a key partner. After Berlin Plus, we have established with NATO a number of successful operations. The Warsaw Declaration in 2016 has identified a number of other important issues. So for us, the NATO is a pillar, a strong element of our security outlook, and certainly NATO continue to play important role in the Western Balkans. Just to make it, if you have to think about K4 in NATO in Kosovo, NATO is a security provider in the region, and certainly an increasing cooperation from our side will be certainly continued. What we see that, of course, when we talk about, you made some polls, everybody has its own polls, but in any case, it's useful to have some feeling from the people. EU and NATO are two different organizations. They are two different institutions. NATO is a military alliance. We are in union, so it's a different let's say outlook. And I think one former Director General of the military staff in Brussels said that the EU focuses on changing on society, while NATO has as objective a military alliance and military defeat. So I think the objectives are different because different are the purposes of our conversation. Certainly, and it will be my last point. The whole global outlook is increasing a pressure on EU to make his role as a global player more sharp, more defined, and more clear. This is one of the big debate we are having in Brussels, in the so-called sovereign autonomy, whatever it might mean, is a concept, but where the EU is taking need to take a larger role. Of course, there will be a strong element of complementarity with NATO, but certainly the EU is pushed by the global outlook to take more responsibility on foreign security and defense policy. So in that, let's say, in that sense, we need to increase cooperation, and I spoke to my Serbian friend. We need to increase the cooperation between EU and Serbia. There's an important instrument, as I said, on CFSP, CSSDP. Serbia would like also to participate in our civilian mission. This is certainly a positive element. We have accredited in Serbia first, I would say, the first military attaché that the EU has deployed outside the borders of the EU is in Serbia with the regional mandate. So we want to increase the military to military cooperation, and also and it will be my last point, the PESCO, so the structure foreign cooperation has been developing in Europe over the few years, has in the past week decided to open its own structural cooperation to third countries, and certainly Serbia as a close partner, as ally, a country in accession, is certainly a country where an increased meal-to-meal, military-to-military cooperation need to be there. So I will conclude saying that, just to recap, military neutrality, no doubt. Political accession to the EU is not political neutral, is a converge on a setting of values of interest, and developing your relation with the third countries freely, but within these boundaries of these values and interests defined together. There are instruments already existing in the EU foreign policy, which already Serbia is part, and increasing, we are encouraging Serbia to be part of it, and EU, last point, being called to have a major role, and a more important role in foreign and defense policy globally, should increase their role, and Serbia as an acceding country should converge with this outlook, with this ambition. I will close here, back the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador, for putting things nicely into context, and also for giving us the vision of a more global outlook, and also some of these distinctions, clarifying some of these distinctions that we're discussing here. I think with that, I would hand the microphone over to Tanya Latici for her opening remarks in this panel.
Thank you so much. Well, before I begin, I'd like to say that just the feeling of being virtually with you in Belgrade brings me so much closer to home, much closer than I am here in Brussels. Because although by passport I'm Romanian, I'm actually Romanian from the Serbian minority in Romania, from the border region with Serbia. And actually, you completely mispronounced my name, which everyone does, so that's okay. But if I tell you that my name is actually Tanja Lacic, maybe that will ring a Serbian bell. So thank you for bringing me close to home, first of all. Now, the ambassador already touched upon some of the points that I also wanted to make, but hopefully I'll try to be as complimentary as possible, like the EU is with NATO, you know, in the same spirit. So I'll briefly talk about three things. First, the EU, then NATO, and then opportunities for Serbia in both. So first, the EU. Now, as we know, and as already the ambassador mentioned, the EU has worked quite a lot in the last years to articulate and to slowly implement a vision for so-called strategic autonomy or strategic sovereignty. There's several terms being floated around. But so this means, as the ambassador said, to be more capable, to be more self-reliant in areas such as security and defense, but also much more broadly than that. So also in digital terms, in terms of climate change, in terms of trade, and so on. Now, from the very beginning, the vision of strategic autonomy, of a strategically autonomous Europe, implied working with partners. There should be absolutely no doubt about that, because this is really the European way of doing it. Now, on the implementation side, the EU developed tools such as the European Defence Fund and such as PESCO, which, as was mentioned, are, as of quite recently, open to third country participation. But I'll come back to that at the end. Now, on the more strategic side, the EU is undergoing quite a strategic soul-searching moment, if we can name it as such. So it's basically undergoing a process called the Strategic Compass, which is aiming to better define the EU's strategic aims, to identify the means of achieving them, and to identify the overarching guiding purpose of its strategic aims. So this strategic compass has started now rather recently under the German presidency of the EU, and is set to last for about 2 years. In 2022, it will be finalized. Now, I can guarantee you that the strategic importance of the Balkans is part and parcel of this process. And I can give you an example. I myself was part of a foresight, quite a scenario building exercise, and my scenario was the Western Balkans. So I can confirm that the geostrategic importance of the region doesn't escape anyone. So that was on the EU. Now on NATO. So I think NATO also realized much more in the last years that it needs to look much more holistically to the security challenges it faces. And again, this includes working with partners. As was already pointed out, one such partner is obviously the EU. I won't go deep into the EU-NATO relationship because I know it was discussed already in other panels, but also previously. But I will just say that they have indeed deepened their cooperation to a truly unprecedented level. Whenever I speak about, where I give talks about EU-NATO cooperation, I like to liken them to two stray cats, which before used to, look at each other quite suspiciously from two different sides of Brussels, not really interacting that much, basically following the same distinction that the ambassador pointed out. This division of labor, that the EU is responsible for ensuring the economic and socioeconomic prosperity of the continent, while NATO is responsible for the military hardcore defense side. Well, this is changing. This is changing not only as the EU is taking more defense responsibilities, but also because the nature of defense is changing. What counted as defense contributions or defense preparedness 10 years ago doesn't count as such today. And this is, again, one impetus for more EU-NATO cooperation. So they have, since 2016, as it was pointed out, they've outlined quite a rich shopping list of common areas of interest that where they have to cooperate more. And one of them is clearly stability, security, and prosperity in the Balkans. This is very, very clear. Now, NATO itself is also undergoing a moment of strategic soul searching. I think it was already mentioned through the NATO 2030 process. And I'm happy to go a bit deeper into that if there's interest, because I actually have a small leg into that pool as well, because I've been one of the 14 young leaders appointed by the SecGen to be part of the process. So I'm happy to give you more insight in that. But so to move on now to what everyone here wants to hear about. So what for Serbia? And this is my final point. I think it's a truly no-brainer to say that Serbia is Europe, conceptually and territorially. So I think there's much more space for more interconnectedness. And this doesn't have to mean huge leaps straight into the accession treaty. It can simply mean strengthening the foundation of the relationship with the EU. And this is best done through common projects, as simple as that. So Serbia can, for instance, mobilize its very strong startup industry and its immense pool of talent to better link up with projects in the European Defence Fund. As was already pointed out by the ambassador, it can already enter talks, formal or informal, with PESCO members to identify projects of mutual interest that are currently being undergoing or that are in the pipeline in the discussion. There's nothing to stop it from entering such discussions, especially now that we have the conditions established. On the NATO side, I think there's also quite a lot of room for proactivity as regards NATO. Now, I've also looked at the survey that you mentioned, and two things struck me. One is the ones that are neutral and the ones that are against or that seem quite negative, the partnership between Serbia and NATO. The other one is the fact that the majority don't get any information about NATO unless they get it from their friends and family. And these people are our target. This is our target. So civil society engagement, awareness raising, and engaging in particular the millennials and the Gen Zers who didn't go through the war in the same way as the previous generation did, who didn't go through that, and who are much more connected with other Europeans, whether be it through the internet or being through internships and Erasmus exchanges. This is how we grew up. This is our target, and we need to engage them through smart communication because they will sniff out immediately the propaganda type communication. So it needs to be genuine, smart communication. And finally, Serbia could engage formally but also informally in the EU's strategic compass and the NATO 2030. Again, there's nothing stopping it from doing that, from engaging with those policy officers in the different ministries and at the EU or NATO staff level. There's nothing stopping it from engaging with them. Targeted diplomacy can really go a long way. So to sum up, I think there's much more that brings us together than what separates us. And finally, I think the journey to 2025 is as important or perhaps even more important than the destination of 2025 itself. Step by step and project by project, this is how we'll get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. And yeah, I'm glad we also got clarified the pronunciation of your last name and your rootedness here in Serbia. I think you very nicely used some nice metaphors for describing how NATO and the EU are in some moment, the soul-searching moments, and about them being stray cats and now maybe moving into each other's territory slowly, bouncing back and forth maybe, and trying to figure out who's going where. And I think also you pointed out nicely that there's a lot of room for making the information gap smaller, and a lot of room there for public diplomacy, and also mentioning and encouraging or talking about the youth and how that that plays an important role in the future about communication about these topics. And I think I would like to give it over to our next speaker, which is Aleksandar Simujic, Vice President from the European Movement in Serbia.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me and see me, and I would like to thank the Center for invitation. I'm glad that we are here today, that we can at least speak to each other and see each other. It's important for this dialogue to flow and to talk about issues from the point of view of Serbia and Western Balkan region. I will build on what Tanya said at the end, that the journey is more important than the destination. And this raises the issue whether in the past 10 years we in the Western Balkans, whether we have understood and accepted what the essence is, whether we have understood that the essence is not the goal, that the goal is transformation of society in Western Balkans, that negotiation framework in our hands is the instrument to get to the goal, and the institutions, not individual system rather than anarchy. And if we had achieved this, we would have been less concerned what European or more or less skeptical European officials are saying about this. So now the global frameworks are leaving this area in the periphery of global trends. And the future of these processes that we are talking about lies in the stronger regional cooperation. If we wish to try to slow down, we cannot stop, obviously, but if we want to slow down negative demographic trends that Europe and the world is facing, but not because of the same causes, also the Western Balkan region is facing them. In the invitation, it was the future of regional integration was mentioned, the financial market and education and so on. I want to talk about that, to see where regional processes can take us. And when we talk about regional processes from the point of view of Serbia and other Western Balkan societies, we have to be aware of performance in globally and the new global order that we are witnessing. Performance that says that Western Balkan societies have fewer population, smaller population than Romania, that we have 1 percentage point participating in Europe. So we have to be fully aware of that when we talk about regional initiatives. So when we talk about strategic commitment of the government of Serbia, the full membership, this train to Brussels goes through our neighbors' yards, and in that light, the building of mini Schengen or other integrations through joint regional market and new steps that we saw in the past few days is Sofia saw the joint declaration of the government of Albania, Northern Macedonia, and Serbia was signed ahead of Sofia summit, and within the region, so the regional market initiative as well. So these are complementary initiatives. They do not exclude each other, and this raises the issue how we can frame them and put them on joint foundations. This kind of small region doesn't have the luxuries to talk about so separate processes. Joint regional market and mini Schengen. We have to find a way how we can shape this, frame this, how they complement each other, to see the differences, and we need to see how to approach them and to have a common regional platform. All these segments of all these initiatives that were discussed, that you mentioned this morning with the president of the Chamber of Commerce, these bridges, railway tracks, and so on, these are not just symbolic. They do present a basis for economic development, improvement of competitiveness of the whole region, economies, companies in the Western Balkans, energy, transport elements, digital connectedness. So they are at the top of regional initiatives. Identical challenges are faced by citizens in all the countries of the Western Balkan: corruption, unemployment, bad economic situation, brain drain. And in that respect, deeper, stronger, more intensive, more concrete cooperation can bring a lot. One region, one economy, single information and innovation area. I would be happy to talk about concrete parameters of integrations, but what I see as key barriers to further economic development of the region is the rule of law, judiciary, fight against corruption, freedom, media pluralism, and additionally, key is the issue of confidence, trust among societies, economic cooperation that is based on mutual interest, that requests mutual trust within the region. That's the right path towards economically stronger West Balkans, and we have to be ready to accept this and implement it with resolution. Regional initiatives. Why? And I'll end by saying that the region finally will get an opportunity to speak with a single voice on key circumstances, to show to the audience and public opinions that the Balkans is not just part of a problem, that it can be part of a solution. And there is no dilemma whether Western Balkans belongs at the table in the Brussels. This is the only way, the only path it must take, and the success of this process will depend on the readiness of both sides, the Western Balkans on the one side and the European Union on the other side, to understand and accept that it's not them and us, and the goal must be common. The Balkans at the table, reflecting on its own future. Otherwise, I'm afraid that everything else keeps us in the vicious circle where we spent for 20 years. The Balkan is simulating integration. Europe is simulating that it is enlarging, and this leads to fatigue, enlargement fatigue, that irrational state. And we know that we have to find a new narrative in the region of the Western Balkans. In 2020, it is clear that there will be no enlargement into Western Balkan countries in this mandate, in this term of office. And then this will be a major challenge for both sides, how to keep the European idea alive.
Thank you very much, Alexander, for this overview, and also for pointing out some trends or some topics that are very important for this for the Western Balkans as we move ahead. And I think you touched upon some good key barriers that you mentioned about rule of law, fight against corruption, and to build up a trust in society. And the regional initiatives that you also mentioned, the mini Schengen as a recent development that we have seen here, that makes, I think, some promises for the future. With that, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Duško Tomić, who is with us from, I'm not sure where you are. You're in Dubai. Mr. Tomić, the floor is yours.
I'm not in Dubai. I'm just now in Belgrade.
Oh yeah, I see it now that it says Belgrade School of something. So you're with us here from Belgrade, but welcome.
I assume you've given me the floor. I want to greet all the participants of the NATO week. Sorry, I didn't catch all that. NATO officials maybe see this perspective differently about what will be happening in the future, unlike the people who professionally deal with politics. We are asking the questions at the bank whether we will be able to adapt to new circumstances, whether the organization of whether concepts like the European Union and NATO will be modeled or changed in the future. So some things depend on that, like the commitment of France and Germany in the concept of so the UK left the European Union, but it applied the 5-5 system. Russia and China are there are also conflicts between between India and Pakistan. Turkey intensified its presence in the Black Sea and led to a dangerous polarization of relations with Greece and France. Intelligence operations became non-intelligence operations. There's been a spread of lies and disinformation. This has increased during the pandemic. Classic forms of terrorism became form brown terrorism. Security systems are not as adaptable as they should be. And they're starting to accuse others for their own letdowns. So how can a NATO member such as Turkey, how can it lead proxy wars in other territories and apply formations that are close to something else? So all this leads us to ask what the situation is right now in the world, whether we are aware of what's happening. I want to say that the Republic of Serbia is very aware of this environment right now. From the economic standpoint, it started an initiative that fully made it closer to the European Union, which is something that is mini Schengen. And in that perspective, Serbia is trying to approach European integration, to approach the European Union, to show that it is undoubtedly on this path towards the EU. On the other hand, relative to relations with NATO, the base will move soon from Turkey to Romania. Romania and Serbia are two countries which have a history of good relations, and of course, in this strategic environment, Serbia will always be a stable partner of Romania in all its activities. But come on, what should we do for NATO to promote itself and better relations? So something that Ms. Latic said, this relationship with younger generations, and by displaying the extent to which NATO is interested in helping the Republic of Serbia. In last NATO week, we mentioned the initiative that has been started by the German and Serbian governments, which is cleaning up the Danube from the remainders of the German fleet from the Second World War, because a part of the Danube is not traversable because of this, and the Danube is a strategic link in Europe. So in all these relations, I think that in the future we need to after the agreement in the US, we can count on the fact that Serbia is a stable factor, and as such, Serbia should be seen as a stable factor. But I again want to say that many perceptions happening in the modern world can be initiated and the answers can be given in a faster way. You have a situation where a NATO member which trained ISIS members who performed terrorist acts in Vienna. So you have this level of intelligence and counterintelligence cooperation, and you can let this cooperation be used not just among the EU member states, but also among NATO states with members of Partnership for Peace. And the level of intelligence cooperation should be completed and encouraged with countries that are not members of NATO. They should be trusted, and their intelligence data should be presented and taken better. They used to say that the former Yugoslav countries, that there were some explosives that are used in terrorist acts in Spain or Paris, but the countries in the Balkans shared the information about this weaponry with others, and the level of fight against terror and everything that is surrounding us would be improved if these countries were trusted, and know that Serbia will always be a part of this complex security mechanism that is always on the side of justice and on the side of those who protect human life, human liberty, economic development, and stability of countries in the world. This is what I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tomic. I think I would like, I don't know if we still have the ambassador with us. I don't see him on the screen, but oh, you're still here. I don't know if you were, I assume you were following. So I don't know if if you have any comments or remarks to what we just heard here in the opening remarks from the panelists.
Well, I think it's interesting that we are basically, if I well understood everybody, we have a converging views on or similar views as say in where we are going, and I think it's interesting how we basically recognize the. Especially what Tanya said. I mean, I don't know if we have to call it a soul searching, but it's a question of, I mean, for us, the NATO remain a pillar of the security, but certainly the evolving global outlook push everybody to take a reality check on what is there. So maintaining the differences, maintaining the complementarity, maintaining also from element. We have a number of countries in the EU who are not part of NATO, who have a military neutrality, Austria, Sweden, and others. So maintaining some, let's say, principle there, I think it's possible to join, at least from our point of view, the idea that in the contemporary world, there's a responsibility on security should be shared among a number of players. Certainly, the EU should be one of these. So, in that sense, I believe the European Union is making a great effort. Sometimes are not particularly let's say, brought to the attention maybe of the general public, but I would say that starting from the global strategy of 2016, the law which put the big question on where the EU is, because the previous, let's say, analysis was made by Solana 10 years ago, and if you read the 2009 strategy was never been the EU living in a more prosperous, 2008, sorry, never been the EU living in a more prosperous, more secure, more stable society. And after 2008, 2009, the financial crisis, migration, Arab Spring, Crimea, so it's been a very, very eventful, to say the least, decade. So I think there, from that point of view, I found this conversation quite interesting in the way we can bring to the attention of a Serbian larger audience. Of course, this is a little bit a conversation for experts, but if we can bring on the fore also this important element of the EU as a security provider, and as Serbia acceding the EU, being part of this larger conversation on a convergence. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I'm a journalist, so a lot of times I think about, we often talk about influence of Russia here in Serbia. We talk about China, and we cannot not talk about that when we're talking about the EU and NATO, and we're talking about security and defense strategies. So with that, I think maybe just a broad question on how do you as this group of experts see this this balancing act that Serbia is doing in this like great power competition that's according that we think is unfolding here in the region. How do you see that panning out, and where are we in this moment in time with that? Also, I think maybe we could bring in what we're all in the middle of now, the pandemic. How has that power competition played out in the beginning of the pandemic, and where are we now today? I think I would start with maybe go over to Mr. Tomic for that.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak again. The relations with the Russian Federation, with China, and the relations with the European Union and NATO, primarily the United States, are the basic priority of the Republic of Serbia in any form. What does this mean? Serbia is committed to a policy of military neutrality, but also balancing policy. As such, in this moment, it is balancing in its relations with the United States and with the European Union and the Russian Federation and China. In such a sphere of relationships, Serbia has a balancing policy. Other countries in the world also have this. So where I live, the Emirates, there's also a balancing policy towards the United States as a strategic partner, and extremely quality relations with China, with which it has signed a petrol agreement, and also the Saudi Arabia. You have other countries in the world which attempt to have this equivalent of relations with all actors. But I think that Mr. Samso, I think that the observation of many is wrong if you think that Serbs are little Russians. We have never been little Russians, nor will we ever be Russians, because we are a very proud people that loves its own country and its own way of thinking and its form of action. And those that are in the immediate environment and who cooperate with us, they know, and Mr. Fabrizio knows also, Serbia has always been a reliable partner. And why do I say this? If you, among others, ask anyone who, when the migrant crisis started, you can ask anyone who did the metric analysis of data on everyone who passed through the Republic of Serbia on the path to Europe. Though there were other European member states and NATO countries, the first country that started doing these analyses was Serbia, and it selflessly shared its data with Frontex, the European Union, and all countries in the environment. Serbia can recognize the security challenges and the situation in the region, and it is trying to be very flexible in with this struggle against the COVID. I have to say that if there is a system that existed in the fight against the pandemic and these so-called CBRN agents, all these plans started to kind of dissipate with time, because the countries themselves cannot give a high-quality response to this, because they are working according to patterns that used to be the way in which we organized ourselves. But you need to adapt to a crisis. The crisis is you can manage a balancing policy with one party and the other party. And if you know how to manage this crisis, you will have reliable results in crisis response and in the crisis that is imposed on you. At this moment, we have the capacity. I'm not referring to just the Republic of Serbia. When I say we, I think Europe has the capacities to deal with this pandemic and to come out as smarter as we can from all of this. On the other hand, we also have to think about a higher level of security cooperation. I'm saying this again. Maybe you don't like that, but security cooperation entails a scope of information which will be shared among all actors, and the reduction of the space where things can be done in the cybersphere. So everyone started dealing with their own agendas and spreading their own propaganda in the cybersphere. So the asymmetric warfare occurred in this cybersphere, this hybrid warfare, which is not characteristic of the times behind us. And this kind of cyber warfare, that is hybrid warfare, will be developed more and more in the relations in the modern world, because among other things, COVID-19 has showed us that a failure to take certain comprehensive activities in the fight against the pandemic contributed to countries locking each other out, not sharing information with each other, or not processing information in the right way. So this is something that we have to understand. We are living in a time of fast information processes and changes, and if we don't understand this, as our colleague member of the Serbian national minority in Romania said, so we have to assume that younger generations did not learn in the way that we are learning. The younger generations now learn on Facebook and Twitter and other social media and ways of communication. We have to be present in all of these channels, in all of these ways of communication and cooperation, and we need to exchange information. I hope I was not too comprehensive here.
No, your points are greatly appreciated. I don't think I was trying to imply, just to quickly make a rebound on that the Serbs are what you called little Russians. I don't think I was trying to say that. I was trying to open the arena for a discussion for influences of China and influences of Russia in the Western Balkans, and particularly in Serbia. So just to get that note, I think the Mr. Ambassador would like to take the floor. The floor is yours.
Certainly, I agree with the previous speaker that Serbia is a reliable country. I don't think anybody who knows Serbia can have any doubt on this. We saw in also in the area of migration, area of security. We have been working very closely hand in hand. Maybe as again to stress some a general point of view. Is that Serbia has free in a total sovereign decision decided to join the European Union. So it's a free choice that and of course we encourage, and certainly this choice also bring the idea of Serbia only cooperating closely with the EU also on security and defense, but also to, upon accession, having a full convergence of Serbian foreign policy with the instrument of the EU. So this is a natural, consequences of a free choice. As I said before, relation with the third countries any one of the 27 has a relation, strategic or less strategic, with the third countries. This is not the point. It's not question of a zero-sum game, and I have a relation with the one, but I don't have, which means that I don't have relation with the other. So we call it that you join the EU because of the European Union value of interest, against someone else. So this is why is the whole concept of the European Union. On the pandemic, your question, I would say that we all been taken by surprise by this virus at the beginning of the year. So it was also normal and also understandable that we have been trying to find the right approach. But I think immediately afterwards, I would say that all the possible mechanisms were deployed, and certainly the relation, I would say the relation between the EU and Serbia and the Western Balkans in general after the pandemic is paradoxically is closer than was before. A number of mechanisms has been put in place. Serbia right now is permanently part of a number of health mechanisms that didn't exist before for non-EU countries. Make an example. We made a joint procurement agreement to buy medicine and products. Before was is a system was only for the 27. And after the March and April has been open to the Balkans, and right now Serbia is part of the mechanism for buying together a number of medicine. So this is an element to say that let's look at the reality of the fact and look at how we are joining the forces to do this together. So from that point of view, I would say the pandemic has been a test for all of us. EU has been a stress test for the EU. I think the EU is delivering within the EU and within, of course, our own close partners. In Serbia is this. So in that sense, I would say with all the difficulties that we all have, I think is a positive story.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I think I would like to play it over to Tanya and see if you have anything to add to this. Some of the points that came up here. I saw you were taking notes.
Yes, sure. Always things to add. Maybe first a quick reaction to Mr. Tomic on he said, I think in his initial intervention that, or he discussed whether NATO is interested in helping Serbia, if I understood correctly, because I used interpretation. My Serbian is unfortunately not that good. I know I'm the black sheep of my family. Let's not talk about it. But to answer the question, I think as part of this NATO 2030, in which NATO also aims to become more global and more political besides being militarily strong, I think it's very clear that the Balkans are also very much a strategic region. Obviously, NATO has a history with the Balkans. It's not an easy one. It's quite a painful one, actually. And I think everyone is aware of that. And I don't think we have to be necessarily shy in saying that it is so. But I think even more so, given this history, there is additional impetus, conviction, I think, within NATO to ensure peace and as close relations as possible with Serbia and the other countries of the Western Balkans. I mean, North Macedonia is now a part of the alliance. I think that already says a lot. On the Russia and China thing that you, Jürgen, brought up, I think the idea is to also that Serbia deserves to have more offers on the table, not just offers from Russia and from China. So I think this is where the West has space to step up much more. And as regards China as a separate issue, I think as part of this NATO 2030, China is a really big player in terms of the reflection that NATO is going to have, because I think everyone sees that the Americans are putting a lot of pressure on Europe as well to be more tough on China, to act more on China. And I think it's bringing it it's bringing China also on much more on NATO's agenda. And I think it's a legitimate question, but it's a tricky one. Because on the one hand, if NATO wants to have a say on what China does or doesn't do, or to limit potentially malicious Chinese activities from acquiring strategic companies to investing in strategic sectors, it cannot do that by itself because it simply doesn't have the instruments to do that. For that, it needs to work with the EU. So again, a case for EU-NATO cooperation. Second, I think what NATO really has to think quite hard about is whether Asia or the Indo-Pacific will become an area of responsibility, given how US-China relations are evolving. And this, I think, all of these different questions certainly have or will have an impact on the countries in Europe, including the Western Balkans. So that was on NATO. Since military neutrality was brought up quite a lot, and fair enough, I wanted to maybe think a bit more broadly in terms of what military neutrality means today. If we look, for instance, in the EU, we see that Austria, as well as Ireland, are members of PESCO, which is a military integration framework. And this is quite interesting. And because I think it shows us that these countries, even though militarily neutral, have understood that you need to cooperate in order to face the threats that we are currently facing. So I think in this sense, Serbia shouldn't let itself be constrained by the term we are militarily neutral. I think we have to think a bit more broadly because no country can face the threats that we are facing alone. It's a cliche that everyone says, but it's true. It's simply true. And I think the distinction between on the defense of NATO members as well as EU members who are not a part of NATO has also triggered a discussion on the defense clauses that both organizations have. On the EU side, you have Article 42.7, which is essentially a mutual defense clause. And on NATO side, obviously, you have Article 5. And again, under the umbrella of EU-NATO cooperation, there's a lot of discussion on, first of all, when do these articles apply and what is the distinction between them? And I think this is also quite a strategic question for the Balkans. If we try to do a foresight exercise and try to envision possible future crises or conflicts of whatever nature, whether in the Balkans or in the wider area, I think it's an important question as well. And finally, since you brought up the coronavirus as well, I wanted to maybe highlight a different point, which is related more to the contribution of the armed forces during the coronavirus. So I think immediately after the virus started to ravage the continent, we've seen armed forces in the EU, but also in other countries, including in Serbia, and I know that because I read about it. We've seen the armed forces being mobilized quite a lot. In Europe, their activities ranged from, using military aircraft to evacuate or transport patients, distributing food, disinfecting public spaces, helping, supporting civilian authorities with medical capacity, with testing capacity, building hospitals, even psychological support. So all of these really incredible contributions, which I think served several purposes. First, it also showed our societies in each of our countries that the military is really there to help the country and its society during a crisis. And I think that's important because it reminds us why they're there, and that when you have a crisis, it's important to have a military at the ready with top-notch equipment. It really makes a difference. I think that's one important message. Another is that first of all, when money is tight, and second, when threats such as pandemics gain a security dimension, which most of them do these days, the civil-military nexus is extremely important because threats such as pandemics and such as, hybrid warfare or climate change and its impact on international security, they cannot be addressed simply with military or simply civilian instruments. They have to be joined up. And here again, I come back to my rationale for deeper EU-NATO cooperation. So that was the final point I wanted to make on the coronavirus to broaden a bit the debate. Thanks.
Thank you, Tana. Maybe I can play it back to Mr. Tomic. I don't know if you want to make a reply, as Tanya mentioned you in her comment.
I think Ms. Latici, I think she pointed out some things that I more or less covered in my own address, which is the level of operational cooperation between the civil and military sector and exchange of operation and other things. When maybe she can understand me better now.
Republic Serbia in case of military neutrality and political neutrality, I explained exactly that Serbia used the model which they use some countries also in the world. For example, I mentioned that United Arab Emirates and KCA, for example, they have special United Arab Emirates and KCA, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they have a special agreement with China, which they call Petrol Union Agreement. But at the same time, they have a strategic relation with the United States, and especially according to these relations, we have now the agreement of future cooperation between Israel and United Arab Emirates and Bahrain, for example, like members of the countries. But I will come back to Serbia. Serbia in this moment dominantly wants to be good cooperative factor for all the countries in Europe, especially I want to say with the neighbors countries. And I mentioned that in the future for us is very important this project which they will have NATO in your country, in Romania, especially in Constanza, and that we want to support all cases in this kind of activity, what you will have. Why? Because Serbia will be, for example, a logistics center for your cases. This is our picture, how we're looking on the cooperation with Romania in this moment, because Romania is in the same moment the member of NATO and member of European Union. And I mentioned the future cooperation between Serbia and the European Union and Serbia and NATO is something what is one of the main agenda for the Serbia, but especially in case when we want to present that our future relations needs to be basically on our perspective in which kind of the cooperation we want to have tomorrow. And I think that my answer is much more clear when I explain in English. Maybe it's much easier for you on one side. Sa druge strane,
on the other hand, I want to point out the fact that Serbia, and rest assured, Serbia will always be, just as it helped US pilots in the Second World War, where 513 pilots were rescued, which happened in no other country in Europe. I think there was a similar action in the Philippines, but fewer, say, rescued people. But we were the ones who saved US pilots. We had a long-standing cooperation, and I hope we will continue having this cooperation in the future with the United States, starting from the cooperation established by our large scientist, Mikhailo Pupin, who, together with Woodrow Wilson, established cooperation with the United States. And many mentioned this cooperation between Serbia and the United States, but I think it's as important for us to have cooperation with the European Union and good cooperation with NATO. We are a high-quality partner, which can be seen from the exercise Serbia 2018 in the Serbian municipality of Mladenovac, where, among other things, there was a form of civil-military cooperation applied between NATO members and Serbia. And this is where the rescue sector of the Ministry of Interior had the main role in this presentation of capacities of the Republic of Serbia in the security sense in the field of defense, and it cooperated with the military. So the military equivalent, so Ms. Tanya, this element is always important in cooperation and in ensuring the security of some countries. This concept of the European armed forces, which some countries would like to develop, is primarily related to the fact that maybe some of them would like to preventively neutralize some things in their own countries. So by the time a soldier comes into the street, his visualization is much stronger than when you have a member of the police force or some other forces. So this visualization is important. I would like to wrap up with the fact that this profiling that has been developed in FBI, this profiling in cyberspace is important for all of us. Don't forget, Mr. Samso, that this profiling cost Norway very much in the case of Breivik, and it also was very detrimental to New Zealand. So profiling, exchange of information, continued process of monitoring the cyberspace and exchange of information is something that we have to tackle in the future. Just like this case in Vienna has showed that a lack of cooperation or understanding between the Slovak police and Austria, on the other hand, because both of them are members of the EU and NATO, so that is the Czech Republic, Slovak, and okay, there was a failure to communicate between security systems, and this can lead to horrible consequences, because I think the loss of human life is a horrible thing, and this altruism is something that we all try to do and to ensure in the future.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tomic, for those remarks. I think we cleared up a lot of space there also and covered some ground. I would like to maybe bring Mr. Alexander back in from the European Movement of Serbia, if he's still with us. I can tell you while we see if he comes back that unfortunately the ambassador has had to leave this conversation now. So now we're down to the three of you and me left we have about 13 minutes left. So, but I would like to play it over to Alexander if he is still with us from the European. Okay.
I am here, but camera is not working. You can't see me. We lost the video feed, but you can hear me hopefully still.
It's good to have you. We'll live with you just in audio then. I don't know. I think what I wanted to maybe bring up to you to answer some of them. I brought those kind of narratives forward about Serbia and the balancing act of being in between, having a leg in different camps and stuff, and maybe you can talk from your perspective about the narratives that exist about Serbia and their relationships vis-a-vis the European Union, vis-a-vis the West, vis-a-vis China and Russia, and maybe from your perspective can give us some insight in where you see those narratives play out, and maybe if we have a role in or we have an opportunity to change those narratives.
Again, I'm very sorry that we can't see each other, that you can't see me, but we've tried everything. Let me reiterate briefly. As a small country in a small region, we have no place to go but to a place where everyone is going in our region. We are Europe, geographically, historically, culturally, economically. It is in us, and we are in it. And there's no dilemma there, and this is not an issue. But on the other hand, European Union promised one Europe. It's reserved towards the Western Balkans, not only today, but in the past decades, is clear. Through the initiative of CEAS, you have the fact that Eastern Europe is reviving as a separate economic and political unit. So just like the Western Balkan region is expected to speak in one voice, this is expected from European Union too. Until European Union has an unstable regional Western Balkans, as long as it is unstable, it will not be able to deal with key long-term strategic positioning in these frameworks. How this will be changed, as in 2016, the election of Donald Trump changed the security architecture of the Western world, and Europe at that moment had to start thinking about itself. China became economically ever stronger, Russia more present in some global frameworks. We will see what this revival of transatlantic and trans-Pacific cooperation that is expected with the arrival of Biden in 2021 can bring. But the key issue here is whether the Western Balkan region at this moment is closer to the European Union. My impression is that it is not, for several key reasons. The first being, from European Union, in the past years, dissonant tones are coming. The European Commission supports enlargement, has strategic documents, strong advocacy, but certain EU members constantly remove from the agenda this question, this issue. The reason for enlargement fears include increase in xenophobic nationalism and also opportunism of political leaders in those countries. At the same time, what I said at the beginning, unless we try hard to be on the EU agenda as a positive example, they will keep wanting to brush us aside, and it's up to us. And I, again, would like to say that any activity in terms of regional integration and regional initiatives is more than welcome. Power and influence of European Union in the Western Balkans is based on credibility of enlargement policy. This credibility requires better tools that would lead to changes on the ground. For years, we have been talking about transformative power of EU integration process, but in fact, If you go through Western Balkans, you can see that this transformation in many areas is lacking. And third, and this is related to your question, in international relations, there is no vacuum. Insufficient engagement of the European Union in the past years and decades opened room for more significant presence of other actors who were and are and will be present only at different levels: Russia, Turkey, China, the Arab Emirates, and that are rarely mentioned. And in past years, European Union is doing little to combat this geopolitical penetration of these countries. If European Union is unable to offer clear vision, social vision for the Balkan periphery, for 15, 16 million people, the question then arises how it can position itself as a relevant global actor in the new global order. And if you watched pre-election campaign in the US, you saw that the narrative that came was that new global scene has its triangle at the top US and at the bottom Moscow and Beijing, not mentioning Europe. And the fourth, what I already mentioned, this several decades process of EU accession, the enlargement fatigue, companies' reform fatigue, and this is a dangerous, very dangerous phenomenon. Serbia initiated its European path in 2001. European Union is mentioned in the expose of the Prime Minister Đinđić now, almost 20 years later. In 2021 is mentioned in a strategic document of the European Commission from February 2018. And it seems to me that nobody is ready to repeat 2025. It was an encouragement. It was a matter of this moment, and then that was all it was. If you look at performance of all Western Balkan societies in this process in the past 24 months, it is quite disappointing. But at the same time, it is also encouraging from the point of view of Northern Macedonia. And then you get a cold shower in the form of Bulgarian veto on green light and final opening of negotiations. This is not the first time. You remember that Zaev's government was forced into elections after the signing of Prespa agreement with Bulgaria, without a promise, on the other hand, a promise from the European Union. So the key thing for me was how to bring back the credibility of the European Union, how to restore it in the Western Balkans. Enlargement is an opportunity, and it isn't, and it shouldn't be a risk. And enlargement is the issue of enlargement always went hand in hand with the resolution of crisis. I will remind you, the entry of Portugal and Spain was delayed by 1 year because of budget rule reform in the European Union. Enlargement in 2004 happened only after the Nice agreement came into force in 2003. So the tones that came and are still present from the European Union, that Europe first has to deal with itself, to arrive at redefinition of relations within the European Union, and only then can it be ready and able to accept new members and to more actively deal with the enlargement policy as the most successful policy in the past decades. I think that's very dangerous. These two processes, the process of redefinition in the Western Balkans and in Europe, are two parallel processes. They are complementary, do not exclude each other. Quite the contrary, they complement each other. So this fear and frequent mention of China and Russia this is irrational. And from the point of view of Brussels, It is more present at times when Brussels actually is not able to offer anything concrete to the Western Balkan region. The new methodology that has been offered is okay. It is accepted by Serbia, that is already in the negotiation process, but political will of key importance, political will on the side of Brussels and Western Balkans. Without it, we can adopt dozens of new methodologies with new frameworks of the EU accession process, but we will remain at the same place. And this gives an argument to those forces that I believe, I'm afraid, are increasingly numerous. It doesn't matter how which part of the public supports in the Western Balkan. You should do a comparative analysis and increase in percentage of the part of population that is explicitly against. And I'm talking about Serbia when it comes to the European Union. Any delay, any prolonging and stalling of the process, comparison with Turkey, that on the one hand is the distinction was made in 2018 between Western Balkans and Turkey, but among citizens, when you nothing else, they see nothing else. They see that we are in the same vacuum as Turkey. So this stalling, I'm afraid, can make the European agenda pointless, continuing. So then if things continue as in the past 2 decades, thank you.
Thank you for that. Those remarks. It was. I think we're running out of time, but I think I want to just give 1 minute to Tanya and 1 minute to Mr. Tomic for final remarks. And first over to you, Tanya.
Okay, thanks. So very quickly, I think what I briefly wanted to pick up from what Alexa said is the challenge or the message that EU disunity sends abroad and sends to its partners, because I think it's a very important point. So indeed, the EU speaking with one voice, it's an issue, and our disadvantage, as democratic societies, is that we do it in front of everyone. We do it full exposure, covered by all your colleagues, Jürgen. It's an issue. Of course, it's an issue, but this is why we're trying now to advance more towards strategic convergence, towards a common strategic culture. This is what we call now, and the process for this, as I mentioned, is the strategic compass. So I hope you'll join me in this hope that this process will help us do better in that. Now, as for Serbia's integration into or partnerships with both NATO and the EU, I want to just reiterate what I said, that the process of talking these things through and engaging in each of these different projects that I've suggested, from the European Defence Fund to engaging with PESCO members, they are as important as the end of Serbia 2025 in itself. So I think this is something that we have to keep in mind. The journey is as important as the destination itself. So that's all from me. Hvala lepo.
Hvala također.
Thank you.
Just quickly, if Mr. Tomic has a minute of last remarks, otherwise I will hand it over to the next panel. Mr. Tomic.
I would like to thank, first of all, the CEAS and for this opportunity to speak at the conference today, and Ms. Milic, the fearless fighter for Serbia, bringing Serbia closer to NATO and the European Union. And on the other hand, I would like to invite all the participants today to a major conference that will be organized by the American University, dedicated to the in the area of security and cooperation. and many topics that were initiated here will move to the Middle East. And during this minute, I would like to say, do not forget Serbia is a European country and it will always be one. And you can always count on Serbia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tomic, for that final remark, and also for invitation, and for thanking our fearless Jelena Milic. I think on that note, I would like to thank the panelists for their contributions, and quickly move over, because time is running, quickly move over to Terry Schultz.
Thank you so much to once again, we end every panel with thanks to Jelena and Anja and the whole Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies, and I start this panel with that as well. I'm very honored to be participating in this 8th NATO week in Belgrade. And you've run such a high level and professional conference under such difficult circumstances. So thank you also to the interpreters and to all your support staff who allowed us to run this conference on 2 channels, both on Zoom and YouTube, with interpretation. That was no small feat, especially with all of our COVID restrictions. So now my panelists have the tough task of wrapping up 2.5 days of very substantive and interesting discussion underpinned by the survey that CEAS did on attitudes towards Serbia's potential integration with the European Union, with NATO, toward increased security and political cooperation with the US, and to some extent with Russia. The most important questions, of course, for Serbia's future. Now, we don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to let our esteemed panelists give their summaries and recommendations for the future. And my introductions will be brief because, of course, you can find all of their bios on the CEAS event website. So now, I'm hoping they're all out there in Zoom land with me here. With my thanks, I'd like to introduce His Excellency Gilles Bischoor-Plug. He is the Dutch ambassador to Serbia and also NATO's contact point in Serbia. Ambassador Anthony Godfrey, he is the US ambassador to Serbia. Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, he is the retired US Army commander in Europe, which is where I met him, and he is now the Pershing Chair in Strategic Studies at the Center for European Policy Analysis, CEPA. Also, Benjamin Haddad, he is the director of the Future Europe Initiative at the Atlantic Council in the US. Bertram Brown, he is a retired State Department official who served both in Belgrade and at the NSC in Washington. And finally, we'll let the aforementioned Jelena Milic give her own recommendations and takeaways from the conference. So we're going to start with Ambassador Plug. Ambassador, for NATO, there were some pretty disappointing results in the This Is Us survey when it comes to attitudes toward the alliance. Even the level of knowledge about NATO was very low, remarkably low, so low that people were saying, well, that's a huge opportunity to fill that lack of information with positive information and facts about NATO. But if Serbia were to change its opinion about NATO, should that come at NATO's behest? Is this something the alliance should really make a priority? And if so, how would it do that? Thank you very much, Ambassador Plug.
Thank you, Terry, if I may call you that.
Please do.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And it's an honor to be at this panel. And let me just clarify for those who are not in the exact know of CPEs and abbreviations like that. Indeed, I'm the Dutch ambassador, but I'm also the ambassador of the Contact Point Embassy, as you mentioned, Terry. And this
but I didn't really know what it meant, so please explain.
NATO, in all its partner countries, NATO has a kind of liaison office, a political liaison office, which is fulfilled by one of the member states for the period of 1 or 2 years. And this year it's the Netherlands. We will give it to Bulgaria as from the 1st of January, but now it's us. And it's a kind of political liaison office. Of course, there is a military liaison office as well, headed by an Italian general in Belgrade, working on specific military issues and defense issues. And we are there for political liaison, for public diplomacy for a great part. And here I come to your point as well. And we are doing that by trying to clarify what NATO exactly is, because I find that in Belgrade, in fact, there's two opposing trends I notice as a CP, and these are reflected as well in the conference, Terry. The one trend is that Belgrade and Serbia is one of the most ardent cooperation partners of NATO. I mean, the level of cooperation, both politically, but also in defense matters, militarily, is enormous. It's one of the highest partnerships, highest valued partnerships NATO has. But on the other hand side, as you quite rightly mentioned, the image of NATO is disastrous in this country, and the majority of the population think that NATO is not worthwhile joining, let alone other things. And of course, we can clearly see the reason for this. We all know our history. But then, of course, this region is wrought, it's riddled by wars and by conflicts. And I think that finally, in the last few years, we have started getting out of this conflict area and starting to cooperate, not only on a regional level, but also, for example, with the EU. The EU, of course, being the European Union, being the perfect example of how economical cooperation can get countries over political and military confrontations. And that's why we're very happy, and now I'm putting on my EU cap. That's why we are very happy as an EU to see the whole region moving towards EU membership. And I'm sure that in the end, in the long term, hopefully less long than we expect, this will also give rise to a better cooperation in military matters and a better appreciation of defense cooperation mechanisms like NATO in this country. Of course, there is the question as well, which I heard clearly during the conference, whether EU membership doesn't force Serbia into certain defense alliances. Well, I can assure you it certainly will not, because there are plenty of EU members, there are 6 of them, I think, that are not members of NATO. I'm sorry, I'm hesitating because I hear myself. But the discussion on Belarus, which has been waged during the past few weeks, doesn't focus on defense, I think. It focuses on human rights. Although, of course, in the end, these concepts are very much an essential element of security as well. For NATO, the neutrality of Serbia is a given fact, which we appreciate. But neutrality is not necessarily isolation. On the contrary, in the case of Serbia, it entails a balanced international security agenda that includes cooperation with a number of actors.
Hold on one second, Ambassador. We are getting an echo. Maybe can you turn off your audio just for now? But you won't hear me, so I'll make signals at you. Let's see if that works a little better.
Yeah, let's do it like this. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, but okay. You're not allowed to go on talking
I'm almost
for a full
going
hour.
to finish because I think that discussion will be very worthwhile with all of us. But so it doesn't only, it is not isolation neutrality, it entails a balanced security agenda, and it entails cooperation in peace and security missions as well. And I commend Serbia and its government for doing so. But the most important remark I'd like to make, and then I'll stop, is that the way we have this conference tonight, at this point, a virtual conference, points to the fact that there are other threats as well, not only militarily. It can be economically, it can be health. And of course, we need to protect ourselves against these threats as well. NATO is helping there as well. I mean, the Netherlands, and here I put my NATO cap on, has provided logistical help to Montenegro, for example, in the region, in getting medical equipment out of China, which they purchased there. And there is this small committee within NATO, which is called the Euro-Atlantic Disaster Relief Coordination Center, which aims at fulfilling a logistical role when it comes to distributing medical equipment, etc. And it is my sincere wish that Serbia could also participate in this kind of cooperation. It doesn't only help itself with medical equipment, but it also raises its image in the defense world. I'll stop here, Terry. Thank you, and I look forward to the discussion.
But let me just go back to my one pointed question. With what we've all recognized is what you say is a disastrous situation for NATO, is it NATO's responsibility or in its interest to go about filling that empty space, the lack of knowledge, or reversing the negative image that the country has? Whether you say it's based on history, whatever the hurdles are you have to get over, is this something that NATO should simply see as something it has to do?
I would say definitely yes, yes.
Okay.
Both in the interest of NATO, but also in the interest of the region and Serbia itself.
Okay, that's a very clear recommendation. Good. I'm going to now pass it to Ambassador Godfrey. So, Ambassador, you've been in your post exactly 1 year, you've said, a year that couldn't have been imagined by anyone. But you can be proud, if you can take any credit for this, that attitudes toward the US are extremely positive, unlike towards NATO, or at least they're positive toward the Trump administration. So given that it seemed in this survey that respondents tied this positive view very closely to the current president, the outgoing president, do you expect that this level of positivity, if this good attitude will change with the incoming administration? So thank you very much for taking that off the top.
Well, thanks, Terry, and thank you for that nice introduction, and congratulations again to Jelena and the team at CEAS on the 8th consecutive year, highlighting the value of Serbia's partnership with NATO. This year, more than ever, that value is really abundantly clear. So it's an interesting question that you've asked, and I will jump into it right at the top, and then I'll get into slightly broader remarks, if you don't mind. We have worked hard at the embassy to work to change the perception in Serbia of what America's goals are for the Western Balkans. And I think we've done a very good job of that. We've worked hard at it. And I think, I of course agree with my Dutch colleague that it is our job to work to try and change this perception. And I think we can do a better job to change the perception of NATO in the Western Balkans as well. I would like to make sure that people understand that one of the goals that we had all along was to change the perception of people in Serbia that the United States goal was to hold Serbia back, to keep Serbia down. That's in fact not the case. We worked to help Serbians understand that the United States wants Serbia to achieve its stated strategic goal. And that's, I think, something that we've been successful at. And I'm very proud, frankly, that the survey has said that. And since our goal to help Serbia make progress is going to be consistent, no matter what the outcome of the American election is, I hope and I expect, frankly, that we will be able to continue a lot of this momentum. But, you know, our panel this evening has had a big advantage in taking stock of the last 2 days' discussions. But you're right.
A Bruxelles non capite che non si può tenere un ufficio a minchia come il mio, ma bisogna fare un NATO office.
That's...
Sorry, I was hearing somebody speaking from the NATO office in Italian, which I don't understand very well.
I heard it as well.
Okay.
Just a minute, could I just, while we had this brief interruption, did you say whatever the results of the election are, does that mean that you're not sure?
So I work for the Trump administration until the Trump administration is no more. So let's be very clear. I represent the government that appointed me to the government, which is in Serbia. So that's something that you have to explain from time to time, usually not to distinguished panelists like yourself, that you don't get to choose which government you represent or which government you're accredited to. So that's where we are.
I just meant that until the Trump administration concedes, then you presume that you are continuing in office there.
I expect that I will continue in office past January 20th. That is the tradition in American diplomacy, that career diplomats remain across administrations. And that's what I am, a career diplomat for
Okay, so
many
got
decades.
it. I understand. You're
Got
that wasn't what you were trying to point that you were trying to make. You
Not
mean
at all.
no matter which administration comes into office, the principles
That's
remain.
correct.
Got it.
Correct. Thanks. Just making sure that you understand that. Great. So, when we met almost exactly a year ago, I spelled out my goals for the U.S.-Serbia bilateral relationship. And I'd say that with strong leadership from the highest levels of the U.S. government, President Vučić, Prime Minister Brnabić, together, we really have made substantial progress towards key areas of cooperation between our countries. And that's exactly what I talked about in my confirmation testimony before the U.S. Senate and before this audience. So on September 4th at the White House, we did turn a page to the next chapter of the relationship. We've gone well beyond the high expectations I had speaking before this panel last November. And we've done it not just despite the pandemic, but maybe even because of the pandemic. Our friendship is rooted in 140 years of diplomatic relations and has withstood many tests. Our shared strategic goals transcend party politics and the election results in either of our countries and will persist beyond next January. So as a result of the Washington agreements, Serbia and Kosovo, both NATO partners, are on the path to economic normalization. The Development Finance Corporation formally opened its doors in our embassy last month and will soon begin to underwrite, and I think, unlimited future of economic cooperation between the United States and Serbia. I've had a number of initial meetings with Serbia's new government ministers, all of whom are personally engaged in deepening our partnership and Serbia's integration into European institutions to consolidate a democratic, prosperous, and secure future for the Serbian people. And as we emerge from an incredibly challenging 2020, the future, I'd say, is bright. So last year, I emphasized that the United States is only one of 30 countries that comprise the alliance. Our conversation before 2020 on the benefits of the alliance, partnership, and cooperation were in many ways hypothetical. But in 2018, Serbia hosted NATO's largest ever disaster response exercise. And when I spoke before you in 2019, none of us could have imagined that NATO's Euro-Atlantic Disaster Relief Coordination Center would, in just a few months' time, play such a critical role in coordinating and delivering critical relief to the whole region. So as we take stock of conversations in these past 2 days, I think it's worthwhile to step back and consider NATO's practical value in the 2020 context as a collective security organization and as a political body, both to its allies and partners, Serbia included. So we always talk about the goal of closer Euro-Atlantic integration and assume that it has self-evident value. But why? And what practical benefit does this have for Serbia? How about for the United States and its allies? The NATO Week panels this year have done a great job spelling out these benefits and considering where we go from here. Now that they've been so clearly demonstrated under extremely challenging circumstances. To us, the idea of this year's conference to continue or not to continue has a simple answer. Euro-Atlantic integration is America's strategic goal for Serbia and Serbia's goal for itself. So this vision, this shared vision, is driven by our shared sacrifices, history, and our common commitment to democratic values, rule of law, fair trade, and security cooperation, which is, of course, NATO's founding remit. This vision respects Serbia's military neutrality, but it unambiguously counts Serbia among the Euro-Atlantic community of nations. We all know that Serbia's future is in a unified and free Europe. So in this context, the CEAS rightly included a panel on strengthening U.S.-Serbia defense cooperation. And I'd like to echo the conclusions of that conversation and my friend Laura Cooper's welcoming remarks. We're ready to expand cooperation, to achieve our shared security goals, to increase defense industry engagement, and mill-to-mill training and educational exchanges to bolster Serbia's leading role as an exporter of stability. We undertake defense cooperation within the NATO alliance because allies face common threats. As 2020 has so clearly demonstrated, those common threats extend to partners like Serbia too. and they extend well beyond the 20th century definition of a traditional military threat. So partners and allies support each other not just because it's the right thing to do, but because we're stronger together. It's often said that if we didn't have NATO, we'd have to invent it, a truism made all too evident by the pandemic. In concert with our allies who contributed medical supplies and PPE when they were needed most via the Euro-Atlantic Disaster Relief Coordination Center, the United States has contributed over $3 million to support Serbia's response to COVID-19. This work continues. Just this week, I had planned to visit Niš to mark the donation of $340,000 worth of high-tech equipment to the medical university. Last December, none of us could have imagined that the PCR test machine donated to Niš's clinical center would soon become so critical. This summer, we marked the donation of European Command-funded technological upgrades to the clinical center in Belgrade. And we also anticipate the groundbreaking of other EUCOM-funded projects like the renovations to the Mara Center and the Gornja Toponica Special Hospital in Niš, as well as the Pulmonology Department of the Mother and Child Institute here in Belgrade. So as we conclude this evening, let's recall that interoperability, coordination, communication, and mutual understanding all have intrinsic value. That's abundantly clear to the NATO Week audience, but the real dividends are paid when we face a crisis together. For many in Serbia, NATO, remember, it remains a four-letter word, but we're all working hard to change these perspectives. And I'm optimistic that the alliance's active role to assist the region is having some commensurate positive impact to rightly improve its standing with the Serbian people. I'm also certain that in another year's time, we'll be once again considering the real practical benefits of Serbia's partnership with NATO and its 30 allies in 2021. Jelena, thank you again and your CEAS team for this fantastic organization, and most importantly, for the hard work of promoting the truth of our cooperation to the Serbian people. Thanks.
Best one-liner so far goes to you.
Uh-oh.
And so, Ambassador, let me just ask you a quick sort of yes or no question to follow up on what I asked Ambassador Plug. Then, does the United States have a responsibility to help improve the image of NATO? I mean, how much I don't know how much you're doing, but with the numbers so low, there's certainly a lot of work to be done. Given that Serbia doesn't want to join at the moment, what should that space be used for in improving the image of NATO?
Right. So it's a great question. And the United States is often misperceived as synonymous with NATO by a lot of Serbians. And I think that the results of this survey show that that is changing. And that's a good thing. But yes, as one of 30 allies, the United States does bear a responsibility to try and, as I said at the beginning, change the perception of the Serbian people, of the goals of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. I think we can make a lot of success in this. And it's a challenge in Serbia and in a lot of places, frankly, in the Western Balkans to get folks to look forward and not back. And that's one of the things that we'd like to do more of.
Thank you very much. And that also leads me well into our next speaker, and that is General Hodges. And Ben, you know, and you speak often about the fact that when there aren't facts in a space, that can easily get filled with disinformation. And certainly with something like 40% of people in this survey saying they don't know much about NATO at all, that allows malign actors to basically make it a playground, doesn't it? I know that that's one of the recommendations that you're going to bring up tonight. So thanks very much. General Hodges, take it away.
Terry, thanks. And I am going to add my accolades to Jelena and the CEAS team for pulling this together. Everybody that's participated tonight probably already did 2 or 3 other Zoom events. You're doing this all the time, back to back, and yet everybody showed up tonight to report to Jelena. And so that's the power of what CEAS does, and I'm proud of her and her team. Also, I'm extremely proud of our U.S. ambassador and the embassy team there in Belgrade. this is competitive space. I mean, there's no easy days there for the embassy in Belgrade. And so what Ambassador Godfrey and his team have done there, I'm proud of it. Look, this is about great power competition. I didn't make up that phrase. I know it's in vogue now, but when we talk about competition, I actually believe that great power competition prevents great power conflict. Because when you compete in the diplomatic space and the information space and the economic space, as well as military security cooperation, we are conveying to any potential adversary that this place matters to us, that we are going to invest in it. And it reduces the chance of a terrible miscalculation by the other side that, well, we could probably go in here and do something and the US won't do anything or NATO won't do anything. And so that's why the competition is so important, especially when we're talking about diplomacy and information and holding people accountable to international law, to live up to what they said they were going to do, and to compete in the economic space. I mean, who could blame Serbia or other countries for looking for Chinese investment? Because we all want better roads, bridges, tunnels, airport, seaport. And if the West does not compete in the economic space, the Chinese are going to fill it up and leave people with these debt traps. So in the diplomatic space, of course, to things that have been addressed over the last couple of days, we have got to give people like President Vučić some space to do the hard negotiating, to do what needs to be done. He has no easy days. He's got people all around him chewing on his leg about you cannot give up anything. You're a traitor if you agree to anything with Kosovo. So with Pristina. So give leaders space, protect them from some of these outside influences. That's just part of the diplomatic competition. And of course, that means working with the European Union as a part of that. The United States, no matter what, we cannot by ourselves bring about a lasting resolution because it's so much more complicated. In the information space, this is where we have not been as effective despite best efforts. And there's a specific example, and this is about depleted uranium. There is a false narrative flying around out there that somehow NATO's use of munitions that included depleted uranium back in 1999 are responsible for this a cancer epidemic of some sort. And then somehow Serbia has the highest breast cancer rate of any country in Europe. And they've tried to connect it to NATO's use of munitions in 1999 that included depleted uranium. This is obvious to anybody that's serious about science and is serious about medicine knows this is a completely false narrative. If this was true, then everybody in the Air Force would be dying of cancer today. Okay, I mean, it's not a fact. NATO and the United Nations both have had separate independent committees do scientific studies, and they've all come to the conclusion, beginning back in 2001, that this is simply not true. So why does this false narrative continue to have traction in Serbia? Why do almost 80% of Serbians believe somehow that depleted uranium contributes to cancer inside Serbia? Well, obviously, this is all about undermining any sort of legitimacy of NATO as a partner for Serbia. We're not talking about Serbian membership in NATO. We're talking about the NATO and the countries of NATO, led by the United States, as a partner for the future of Serbia. Who would be interested in that? The Kremlin, the Chinese Communist Party, which pays for documentaries that keep this bogus narrative alive. And then, of course, people who have no incentive to see Serbia be able to move forward. It is people who believe that who live in the past. For sure, we could all learn from the past. As General Jowin, when he was the SACEUR and I was a very young officer, and this was at the time of the Dayton Peace Accords, and he told all the leaders of the former Yugoslav Republic, he said, look, you can learn from the past, but you cannot live in the past. And it was so important to get beyond that, to think about young people's future. So only people who do not care about Serbia's future, who choose to live in the past, who have no incentive to see this resolved, that's who keeps this narrative alive. Now, I think NATO has got to do a much better job of explaining this, that we come out of every couple of years. NATO reminds everybody about these independent studies that were done and that refutes all this, but yet you still have 80%. So clearly the alliance has got to take on a much more aggressive approach in this, the way we do when we challenge other false narratives around Europe. When we don't do it here, then it almost looks like, okay, well, maybe there's something to it. Maybe we're not serious about this. So I think the alliance has got to do a better job here. In the military space, we actually have more exercises between Serbian military and NATO or US and other allies than they do with anybody else. So I was always satisfied with what we were able to do with the US Army when they would come down and we would train with Serbian land forces. Actually, I think when you think about the experience that Balkan nations led by Serbia have with earthquakes, what a great opportunity for NATO's military forces to focus, to work closely with our Serbian partners on disaster relief, on consequence management after earthquakes, for example. This is, who would be against that? So this is an area where we want to work. And then finally, the final sort of domain of the great power competition is economy. Western integration. Young people, when I had the chance to meet President Vucic, and I wouldn't have the access that Ambassador Godfrey does, but I met him one time, and the first thing he brought up was how many young people leave Serbia because they see no future there. They go west. And so for Serbia to have a future, young people have to believe that there's healthcare, that there's a job, there's a reason to stay other than to be close to their parents. And so I think this is where private investment is so important, sustained private investment, and what can we do? And of course, Western integration, which the Kremlin absolutely does not want. This is where the EU has such a critical role. And I think the United States working closely with our European allies and partners is going to be essential. I apologize, Madam Moderator, for going too long.
It's all right. We've all gone a little bit long. I'm going to even ask you a quick follow-up after that. What do you think is keeping the investment out? I moderated a panel earlier this afternoon and we talked a lot more about Russia. So do you think the insecurity over Serbia's perhaps overly balanced position toward Moscow is keeping cash out, or what's the problem?
Well, I think number one, if I was an investor, let's say if I worked for a business, I would want to know, I would want to have transparency in all the legal processes and the financial processes. If I invest, for simple infantry math, if I invest $10 million into a project, am I going to see where all that $10 million goes? Am I going to get what I think I'm investing in? And is there a legal process that if something goes wrong, will I be able to get my money out? So this comes down to, what we expect in a liberal democracy of transparency of governance, transparency of judicial systems, transparency of financial institutions. I think until we have that, then I think serious money people will be reluctant to invest. And then, of course, I think even the most cold-hearted financier is going to want to know that they're contributing to something that has a purpose. And so here's where I think our embassy and the EU can also talk about why an investment, not only is it good business, but it also contributes to stability and security in the region, which benefits Europe. And of course, because Europe is our biggest trading partner, it benefits the United States. My last visit to Belgrade, I remember when I crossed over the river from the old part of town to the new part of town, the first thing as I saw once I crossed the bridge were two gigantic signs, billboards, and that's when I realized what I'm going against. One was for Gazprom, the other was for Huawei. I mean, these were massive Texas-sized billboards. They dominated the skyline. That's who we're competing with.
Or not competing.
or not. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Next up, Benjamin Haddad from the Future Europe Initiative at the Atlantic Council. How important is Serbia in any vision of Europe's future on one side? And from Belgrade's perspective, can it both integrate with Europe in this way and maintain its close relationship with Russia and, as Ben noted, with China? I mean, are those two things going to be compatible enough that Serbia can be successful in moving ahead?
Thanks, Terry. And first, I just want to say I'm really delighted to be here. You know how much the Western Balkans and Serbia matter to the Atlantic Council, the Future Europe Initiative. We're really committed to the transatlantic partnership to get the region closer to the Euro-Atlantic community. And I think in this respect, you know, the next few years really open an important window of opportunity for transatlantic cooperation, for US-EU NATO partnership to be more involved in the region. I think it's important to give credit in this respect to the Trump administration in the last few years for having actually been quite committed, especially to Kosovo-Serbia dialogue and to U.S. engagement. But I think what's been missing a little bit from the picture is the strong bond with Europeans. And I think there's no strong U.S. engagement in the region, especially as, to your point, we think of this in the context of great power competition, of containing Russian and Chinese influence, which also includes, fighting dirty money, kleptocracy, screening investments. There's no way forward without having a strong bond with the European Union. I think it'll be important, as Europeans are starting progressively, and I think that's a good step, are starting to think of themselves more as a geopolitical power. That's a priority of the president of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, of a Europe that is able to harness its instruments of economic aid or regulatory power, norms and standards on energy or technology more through geopolitical lens and through a power lens. I think it's a positive step that they start thinking of their own neighborhood in this respect. But I think the European engagement, unfortunately, despite this rhetorical shift in the right direction, has been so far too shy, a little underwhelming. I think the news that's coming out today on North Macedonia and the EU is pretty worrying in this respect. So we'll need to keep a strong U.S. engagement, but it will have to be with Europeans. And to your point, yes, I think Serbia, like other countries, will have to make choices if it wants to be domestic choices, but also geopolitical choices if it wants to be anchored to the Euro-Atlantic community. But that the only way forward to this is a stronger transatlantic engagement, strategic and economic engagement in the region. The reason why Russia and China are stepping up is precisely because we leave a vacuum. We see this all over the European neighborhood. Very often, Europeans have themselves to blame for this. So the fact that they're thinking geopolitically more is good. I think a Biden administration should harness this, should shape it as an opportunity, not for transatlantic decoupling, but having stronger European partners within NATO and the transatlantic community, and that will have to start in the Western Balkans.
Well, the European Union, it's not that they haven't tried. It's not that they're completely absent. You had very strong initiatives by both Federica Mogherini and even Catherine Ashton before her to get, remember how they used to have separate dinners because they wouldn't be in the same, the Serbian and Kosovo sides wouldn't be in the same room together. So, they have tried. Borrell, I think, has been less visible on that scene at the moment, but it just seems that only the U.S. has managed to make inroads. Is that's simply a geopolitical reality in that area, don't you think?
No, I think you're completely right. There was a momentum about 10 years ago, and we saw especially Cathy Ashton between Kosovo and Serbia. Look, there's a risk with all the crises that Europeans have been going through in the last 10 years, and COVID is one more, of inward-lookingness, right? And last summer, Europeans adopted a pretty ambitious recovery package together. But I'm a little concerned that this comes at the expense of also thinking about the rest of the world and their neighborhood. A lot of the countries, not only in the Western Balkans, will be under a lot of financial pressure coming out of the global crisis leading to COVID, it's really important. And once again, this is something on which the US and the EU should work together. It's really important not to let countries like China step up and compensate the financial needs of these countries. If you don't want to see a Belt and Road on steroids with more countries being indebted to China in the next few years, I think you need to think of especially the neighborhood of the EU when we talk about recovery package. Otherwise, all this conversation that I welcome, by the way, on a geopolitical Europe or more responsible Europe on the world stage will be mostly ineffective.
Which would be counterproductive, given that both NATO and the EU are now telling their governments that they must keep out this Chinese investment in key strategic assets. So it would do them well to look further afield, to look at Serbia as well. I think that would go along with what you're saying.
Yeah.
But what you said about... Sorry.
No, I just want one very quick point, on technology. That's a good example, because there is a conversation right now on Chinese telecommunication technology, and especially with the influence of Huawei. And what's interesting in this respect, that's a little missing from the European conversation, is that the 5G technology is also European. You have major European companies like Nokia and Ericsson that actually have 5G technology. It's not Americans trying to impose their own corporate interest on Europeans. And so I think this is clearly an example where a stronger sense of European self-interest actually would be also very valuable to the transatlantic relationship and to a more democratically liberal agenda in the region.
Well, that moves us well into our next speaker, Bertram Braun, advocating for a stronger transatlantic partnership on issues like Serbia. Bert Braun, you have worked both in the State Department inside Belgrade and then in the NSC in Washington. Do you think with the incoming Biden administration, the idea of transatlantic partnership is going to be easier? The Trump administration gets plenty of kudos in Serbia, but in the rest of Europe, people are very much looking to turn over a new leaf, aren't they?
Absolutely. I totally agree. A Biden administration will be much better for transatlantic cooperation. Biden is a deeply committed Euro-Atlanticist. He, going back 30 years, he has traveled to Europe hundreds of times. He's come to Serbia many times. He knows the European leaders, and that is one of the big advantages of having a new administration that can work closely with the EU on a variety of issues, but especially, in my opinion, obviously my area of interest, the Balkans. And one thing I said in the panel earlier is that what I'd like to see is the US and the EU form a joint strategy with coordinated implementation to move forward together. Because my experience in the Balkans is whenever the United States and the EU are unified and put real effort behind it, we can do almost anything. The question is, let's focus on the key things: EU integration and regional integration as part of EU integration, and solving all of the remaining impediments to those steps. So yes, I think a Biden administration will be excellent for Euro-Atlantic cooperation, and I think that can be excellent for Serbia. So let me thank you again for having me here. It's a great pleasure to be in Belgrade, at least by video and in spirit.
I saw you earlier. This is your second Zoom call in your life, isn't it?
Second Zoom call in my life, yes.
Both of them today.
I had strong technical support for my kids. So I'd like to make 8 quick points, including a lot of that stuff that I already said. First of all, US-Serbian relations have made significant progress. As was already stated, I think a lot of credit goes to Ambassador Godfrey and his staff at the embassy, many of them friends of mine and one of the best embassies in the world. But the credit also goes to the Serbian government for really doing positive outreach, for having a policy of great pragmatism and reasonableness for the region, for keeping its narrative calm and positive, for reaching out to Washington, the reason that there's good administration and Trump administration and Serbian progress was largely, in my opinion, due to Serbia reaching out and finding those connections, finding those areas where the administration and Serbia had joint interests. And obviously economic normalization, that's an area of joint interest. And the polling shows that with a little bit of effort on both sides, the public sees it, recognizes it, and welcomes it. And the fact that the US standing has gone up significantly is, for me, a wonderful development. Secondly, similarly with NATO and Serbia, it continues to improve and intensify. And even though the public remains, let's say, unhappy with NATO, and it's obvious why, we've all seen the defense ministry downtown, things like that, the cooperation between Serbia and NATO, especially at the professional level, has been outstanding. And so I think I very much welcome the fact that the Serbian speakers, the Serbian government speakers, all said that they welcome that cooperation. They intend to continue it and intensify it. And I think eventually the Serbian people will come around, but these are tough memories. To be honest, my mother lived through the bombing in World War II, and she continues to talk about it every time we talk. It's a traumatic experience to be bombed from the air. So let's be understanding on that. Also, the third point I'd like to make is both both US and NATO clearly recognize Serbia's military neutrality and welcome it, really, in a way. And several of the speakers, especially some of the NATO speakers, pointed out that military neutrality is not incompatible with close cooperation, Euro-Atlantic integration in the broader sense, and certainly not incompatible with EU integration and regional integration. So I think that recognition and that positive recognition of Serbia's military neutrality is a very positive development. Not everyone has to be a member of NATO. There's many wonderful, wonderful countries in Europe that aren't, and that's fine. Along those lines, I'd like to make a bit of a personal point now also. This is purely personal observation. There's a lot of talk about great power competition, and it has kind of been adopted as a strategic concept by the US, and NATO to a degree. I, with all due respect, of course, to the general and others, I don't like the idea of great power competition, because that term really comes from the pre-World War I period. And first of all, the situation today in the world is completely, totally, fundamentally different than the situation pre-World War I. The fact that there's a couple of great powers, okay, but everything else, technology, economy, everything else is totally different. But secondly, more importantly, the great power competition dynamic prior to World War I led to World War I, and indirectly led to World War II, and that's not the direction we want to go. So in my view, our strategic concept should be great power cooperation. We should minimize and to some degree ignore our differences and maximize and work hard on mutual interests. And there are so many things that have to be done: climate change and the broader environmental issues that face the world, global public health, preventing future pandemics, collective security broadly defined, anti-organized crime, preventing wars, stopping wars, and of course, global prosperity, lifting living standards, but in a sustainable way that is also good for all human beings, not just a small elite. So I think, for me anyways, I would love to see a strategic concept as a basis for policy that is great power cooperation and not competition. And in that direction, I actually support and welcome Serbia's policy of having good relations with all of the major powers, US, EU, Russia, and China. If I were in leadership position in Serbia, I'd do the same thing. Serbia should do what's best for it, and it can get the best thing from each of those relationships. There's things that China can help Serbia with that we cannot. There's some we can help Serbia with that China cannot. Same thing. And I think we make too much of the differences and the dangers and not enough of the synergistic effect. If we invest in Serbia and China invest in Serbia, that's better than if just we invest in Serbia. If we invest in Serbia and EU countries invest in Serbia and Russia, that's even better. So why not welcome all that? So that's just a digression. I apologize.
It's okay. We only have a few minutes left.
Okay, I'll keep it quick.
Can you just wrap up your last points?
Yes. Fourth, all the panelists agreed that normalization of relations between Belgrade and Pristina is crucial. And here again, many in Belgrade and many in Pristina look at it as a zero-sum game. When in fact, it can be a win-win game. A solution to the Kosovo issue can unlock enormous benefits for Serbia, Kosovo, and the region. And the EU and the US should work together to help make it a win-win situation and encourage the two parties to see it as a win-win dynamic, whether that's more incentives, bigger, better carrots, whatever, but make it work. Third, regional integration, mini Schengen, Washington agreements, Sofia summit, all going the same direction, very important, and especially important as part of the EU integration process. I very much welcome the regional agreement on regional common market. Sixth, EU integration is the core strategy. As I already said, US can help on that and should help on that. That's a key role for the US to help the EU with EU integration. It's in our interest and in the EU's interest. Next, we've already talked about the Biden administration.
Okay.
And finally, there's a lot of work to be done, and it's very urgent. But I encourage people to look at it as a positive thing with joy, with the opportunities, not to make fear or worries. I am so optimistic about the Balkans and the potential for Balkan integration into Europe, and we should work on this hard, but with the sense that we are accomplishing something historic and really valuable, and enjoy that and celebrate it, and not always talk about the fears and the negatives.
To be honest, what I've heard on the conference has been very optimistic. And
exactly. And that's why I welcome this conference, which leads me to the last point. I want to thank Jelena, especially the fearless Jelena.
We need to leave time for Jelena to come and talk herself. She's also on the panel, but I wanted to.
I'll leave it. Fantastic job to Jelena and her staff.
And talk about any of the points there. Did anybody else want to?
Sure. Terry, would you mind if I jumped in just for a second?
I wouldn't mind.
It's Anthony Godfrey. I just wanted to make a couple of maybe corrections to the record.
I thought you might.
Yeah. First, Benjamin, it's not really my place to do it. Maybe it's Gilles, but the EU has been incredibly generous with its COVID assistance, and on a scale that the United States just can't compete with, and not in loans, but in actual grants. It's been appropriately acknowledged, by the way, by the government of Serbia. I wish it got a little bit more ink, and I wish more people knew about it, but that's the environment that we live in. And then second, Bert, while I acknowledge that you have the right to your political view, and I welcome your optimism, I think we need to give the Trump administration a lot of credit for the positive momentum in the U.S.-Serbia bilateral relationship. It gave the Kosovo-Serbia relationship a lot of focus, a lot of attention, a lot of energy, and hey, some resources too. So there's a lot of things that we should give the administration credit for. And even Rick Grenell's harshest critics agree that his approach to increasing the pace of engagement has changed the way that the EU has engaged in the Western Balkans. So I think that there's a lot that the Trump administration can be proud of. But just wanted to leave it there, Terry. Thanks.
Ambassador Plug, did you want to hop in?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Terry. I won't go into the EU arguments because it's a NATO conference. Can you hear me?
I can't. Oh, you can hear him? Okay, then it's not you, it's me. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, let's hope that changes soon. No, it's not about the EU, because this is a NATO conference. And I'd just like to remark that, of course, we're all experts here. We know NATO, we know the actual circumstances in this part of the world. But the people we need to convince are the populations that elect our governments. And I think it's important to point out and to keep on pointing out that in NATO is not the US, NATO is not Germany, it's not the Netherlands. It doesn't have an army. It's a cooperation between countries, and a very sophisticated one. We're all 30 democracies, almost all, I hasten to say, and we've got a parliamentary assembly. So it's not a war machine. It's a tool to cooperate in order to establish peace and security and stability and health. It's merely an instrument to reach ulterior goals, and I think we should stress that everywhere and all times. Thank you. And I'd like to add to that, because I didn't do that yet, I kept it for the last, my compliments to Jelena for, again, a wonderful conference.
She's coming on, I swear. We're going to save her some minutes here on her own conference. Ben Hodges, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, first of all, the Ambassador Godfrey, of course, is correct. There was nothing meaningful or significant in the history of the world that was ever accomplished by a room full of really nice, quiet, patient people sitting around a table.
I love that.
We have always required people to come in and break glass to make things happen. So I do think, even though I disagree with like 99% of what Ambassador Grinnell did when he was in Berlin, what he helped do in the Balkans is going to save lives, and it helped move things along. As far as Bert, who I compliments for an incredible beard, I'm so envious. The competition, yeah, I reject totally your comparison to pre-World War I and great powers. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is that the United States we have to compete in the diplomatic space. We have to show that we care about Russia's constant violations of international law. We have to shine the light on that, and we can only do that effectively, of course, when we're working with our European allies. That's the kind of competition I'm talking about, where in what we learned in Staff College and in War College, the DIME, Diplomacy, Information, Military, Economy Framework, everybody I know that's ever been in military wants the M to be lowercase and the D and the I and the E to be capital letters.
Well, you do a lot towards helping us all understand that since you got out of uniform and can talk. Ben, did you want to come back in? Are you still there? Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
One more quick one, and then Jelena, we're coming to you.
Having fun, though. I'm enjoying myself listening to
you. You already had a glass of wine. Oh my goodness.
I'm hiding from Ben. Ben is always criticizing me.
Yeah.
No, this is so good. Can we have another hour then, Jelena?
As far as I'm concerned, I locked up my cats in another room, so I'm fine.
Okay, Ben.
Yeah, I strongly agree with everything that Ben Hodges said, both on the necessity sometimes to break some glass, but also on the importance of the US-EU coordination on this. Just to echo one, I think, point that's important by Bertram earlier is the efforts at the economic regional integration that we've seen in the last year or so, the Sofia summit, the talk on mini Schengen, although I know that this is not how it's called anymore, but I think this is important, and Belgrade has taken an important role in this respect. It can't go without normalization of relations with Pristina for sure, but I think it's important to show also to Europeans that the region is stepping up and taking responsibility for itself. There's been some criticism sometimes they could be seen as incompatible or going in parallel of the process with Europe, but I don't think that's at all how it should be seen. I think it's actually a positive step in the right direction that should be encouraged by Washington and Brussels as being part also of the region reforming, taking steps towards integration and progressively then integration in the Euro-Atlantic community.
So thanks, Bert, for coming and breaking a little glass in our panel and waking these guys up. I'm going to let Yelena come in because she actually, after all of these kudos and all of the hard work, she gets to give us her own takeaways from the conference. She may be the only person, one of the only people who has seen every minute of it. I've had to dip in and out as probably most others have. But Yelena, what are your takeaways from this really substantive conference? Honestly, it's every time I could listen, I was just really, you know, nobody was sleeping on the job here.
Hvala. Jel imate pre...
Do you hear translation? I'm very tired and I would prefer to speak Serbian if it's okay with you. Do you have interpretation? Please wave to the lady to show that you can hear her. A small observation. Before the start of our panel, I looked at the internet presentation, Voice of America, Radio Free Europe, Deutsche Welle, BBC. Not a single reference to our 3 days. Radio Free Europe, just the infographic, tiny one, about this survey and not signed properly. I'm not saying this because I'm complaining or about some things that I mentioned yesterday that were not a classic selection of topics as by way of introduction at the conference. But I wanted to point out dangerous trends in the past 4 years that I do not like at all, and I can see similar ones in the US. From those that I least expected, who were my intellectual environment and engagement environment in the past period, if I may say so. Couple of recommendations. Serbia is much different country than in the 90s. It went through the most difficult transformation than any other country in the region, with special challenges left by Milosevic's regime, and it deserves to be treated as such. In particular, when you look more closely at the situation in other parts of the region, Belgrade deserves better understanding of political West, its arguments in negotiations with Pristina, and recognition of peaceful policy towards the countries in the region. Undesirable developments can always be blamed on Belgrade. That is often done. Institutions of transactional justice, open society, donor policies of Western donors, free media, and proclaimed so-called well-meaning organizations of political West should not be instrumentalized in order to achieve predefined outcome on the new status of Kosovo. We need principles. We need flexibility too. In today's world of global harassment and discreditation of reference systems, in the world that is shaken by erosion of credibility of these institutions, can be dangerous for the West and for the Balkans. We need cooperation of European Union, NATO, and EU here in the Balkans rather than bickering of great powers. And this is what we have been seeing lately. Yes, it's good when European Union and the US cooperate. But this suggestion that we heard about Trump's administration can be seen from the other side. The fact is that all key questions in the Balkans were resolved only when the U.S. was directly involved, and it still only has concrete influence on Kosovo. I am now suspicious whether European Union was ever honest in its efforts to convince Kosovo to remove fees and tariffs, and without Trump's administration and Granholm, what would we have done? Now, I harassed Ben a few years ago and everybody else, but don't leave us to the Russians. Now, I'm in the stage, do not leave us to the Europeans. With due respect, while we are talking now, Bulgaria is now blocking the start of these unhappy negotiations with Northern Macedonia that went through incredible things. New enlargement policy, generally, the decision-making method in the European Union are so complex, and there is so much room for shifting blame. The prospect of European integration, I am losing trust in it. I cannot even imagine what Croatia will be doing to us when we start serious negotiation process. Just look at visa liberalization for Kosovo. How many months we have been listening? Avoidance of it's a ticking bomb, and European officials are avoiding blame. It's a ticking bomb for a region. If Kosovo doesn't get visa liberalization as soon as possible, I am supportive, and I wish we discussed more of that today. When we talk about results, about the readiness of cooperation of Serbia, readiness to cooperate with the U.S., and we saw in the past 4 years this has been strengthened. Allow me to say that there is absolutely no reason why Biden's administration would not analyze in great detail and see how small risk they have brought, almost nothing. But I would like to remind you that our first panel, to continue or not to continue, Mr. Brown did point out the absurd Trump's policy in the region was excellent, but for the rest, he wasn't so sure. Problems in the Balkans in 2020 are not those that existed in 1999. The relations between Pristina and Belgrade are now completely different, and they have to be diagnosed and resolved in line with 2020 realities on the ground, with new reality in the world, and with new accessible mechanisms that we now have and didn't have in the past, based on the same principles, making sure that punishment is fair. Serbia, on the other hand, has to take reforms in the areas that are not directly related to Kosovo negotiations in order to deserve support of Kosovo for legitimate arguments, further democratization and financial support that is getting from the West. Support to to cooperation for the U.S. is there, and the government needs to use that in common interest. We heard today all different benefits that our army can have, our armament industry can have, that would relax the life of Serbs in Kosovo. And I think that is one of the benefits that would be brought by military cooperation. The second thing that Serbia must do, disinformation campaign about NATO bombardment must be interrupted and finally resolved. And also Bitici brother murder has to be resolved to create grounds for trust and operationalization of desired wish for further cooperation with the U.S. and the EU integration process. Serbia must quickly start and follow more intensively debates about strategic autonomy of EU, possibility to create European pillar of NATO, and then what about our military neutrality? Is it in conflict with EU integration process in that case? And one more key conclusion, and that is that the entire CEAS team was phenomenal. And thank you very much. I know that for some of you, this was just another Zoom, but please understand us. For us, this is a full-fledged international conference that we organized in 2 languages, and not just another Zoom, for us. We kept this many top-notch speakers in 3 days, classic agenda, and we had people who spoke to us from 8 time zones, or 8 hours difference, and we did manage to align all that and overcome all that. So I don't think we've had any technical issues. So for us, NATO gave us green light to conduct this conference only 10 days ago. I don't know how many of you are aware how specific, how many procedures there are for a small NGO to cooperate with NATO. It took me 5 days to explain that this is an agreement between Belgrade and Pristina, not Serbia and Kosovo. And then we got other support a month ago. Without your understanding and understanding of other speakers who have been supporting CEAS, we would not have been able to put all this together, and I would really, truly like to thank you for that. And also, I would like to thank Tanjug Press Agency that broadcast live all our panels, and CEAS will bring together all our YouTubes. I would really like to thank the government authorities of the Republic of Serbia. This is the 4th and 5th time consecutive that our NATO events are organized in Palace of Serbia. This time it was particularly important because of the quantity of technical equipment that it had to enter instead of people, and at the same time for us to be able to comply with the measures preventing meetings between with more than 5 people. This is the most difficult day in Serbia since the start of COVID pandemic. So not more than 5 people meeting. That's my Anja Petkovic is sitting there, and I'm sitting here because of this ban on having more than 5 people at the same place. And this was introduced only a few days ago. And I don't know if anybody has organized something like this. These are these 5 ladies that you can see on the screen. It's 5 of us. This is CEAS, and I would like to thank them. And at the end, we now this is our latest report. This is us. Please read it when you find the time, because people have been grumbling. We have put this on only a couple of pages. Terry, with all of this from CEAS and from me, good night and good luck. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jelena. I don't think anyone considers this just another Zoom. You had such high-level participants with such substantive contributions. Everyone understands that this is a really important question, not just for Serbia, but for all of Europe. And I hope that you feel that with all the mentions of you that we can't feel what it was like to put this together in just a few days, but we understood that you were doing a magnificent job. So thank you for all of us. I think we heard some really interesting comments here, and although I was more optimistic and before we heard from you, I think there's still so much work to do and so much will to do it. So thank you. I hope that this was of help for you as well there in a small office there. You guys did a magnificent job, really. Thank you so much. Thank you to all my panelists. Thanks for hanging in there late tonight and for contributing to this effort. And I hope the 9th conference that we will be back in Belgrade.
My has to be last. When I said great participants, I assumed you moderators as participants as well, for Christ's sake. You are experts as well. It was really, the moderation was superb and we made an extra effort. Hey, Jelena brought Terry Schultz to NATO Week.
Thank you
well
so
done.
much. Pleasure.
Thank you, bro.
It was fun. I said yes immediately. Just had to find the time. Thank you so much. No, really, I'm very honored to have been here and to get to wrap up and to get to give the last thanks of the 3 days to you, Jelena, and to our panelists and to everyone. Hopefully no COVID next year and another Belgrade conference in person. And that will be a wrap. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. See you next year.